All right.
This is Eva, our mayor for the day. She's called our meeting to order. Good evening. Welcome to early work session of Highland Village City Council. Today is Tuesday, March the 28th, and the meeting is called to order at 5 Phil Lozano o'clock, 5:38, or yeah, 5:38. Let the record show all council members are present. First on the agenda is receive a presentation of the annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year 2021 and 2022. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We had just finished our audit of our financial statements for the fiscal year ending September 3rd, 2022. Our audit process begins in August, where Patillo, Brown, and Hill staff come out and do testing of internal controls. And then in January, they will test balances and transactions. And based upon their audit findings, they will render an opinion of our financial statement, which is what you have in front of you right now. And I would just want to mention that a lot of, yes, sir?
Could you pull the mic a little closer?
A little closer, is that better?
To you.
To me, is that better? Okay. But the audit itself takes a lot of collaboration and effort from city staff and from Patillo, Brown, and Hill staff. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank everyone involved. And I also want to introduce Clayton Rogers. He's an audit supervisor for Patillo, Brown, and Hill, and he will be presenting the results of the audit this evening.
Thank you, Heather. Is that okay right here?
I don't think it's ever going to make it anywhere near.
I've been told I can talk loud, so
One extreme to the other.
Well, thank you for everyone for having me, and at the risk of going ahead and killing all the suspense, everything was good. There was no drum roll needed. But just wanted to talk to y'all a little bit about the audit process, answer any questions that you might have about the audit or the financial statements, maybe hit a few of the financial highlights. Although in the interest of time, this document's about 120 pages. Rest assured, we will not be going over all of them. So as Heather mentioned, the audit is kind of what feels like sometimes a very long and drawn out process. But ultimately, it's a lot of work that goes into a short period of time to put this annual comprehensive financial report in front of you. And you should have a couple of different documents with you that I'd like to talk about first. I think they're the less interesting things because that's not where all the numbers are. And being a numbers guy, I kind of like talking about those. But ultimately, they are more the heart and soul of what was the purpose of our audit. So one of the things I'd like to point out, or that I'd like to start with, is you should have all gotten, and in the packet, a copy of the letter that is to you, the council. And if you've read this in the past, it will read very, very similarly. Under our professional standards as auditors, there's a number of things that we are required to bring to your attention or to disclose to you. For example, if we had had significant problems during the audit, if we had found big problems with internal control or compliance, some of those types of things, we'd be required to disclose all of that in here. Fortunately, spoiler alert, there were none of those to report. And so this letter is a pretty dry read, but there was one change this year that the powers that be on high made us put in here, and it's raised a lot of eyebrows, and so I wanted to point that out. If you look with me on the middle part of page 2, right there in the middle of the letter, it talks about significant risks. And the very first one talks about the inherent fraud risk that's management override of control. We've gotten a lot of questions this year about everyone hears management override and fraud said really close together. And it has generated a lot of questions. But the thing I'd like to point out about that, when this letter talks about significant risks, first of all, this is a new disclosure, not something that is new to the city. And in fact, we as auditors operate with that assumed management override risk on every audit that there is, whether it's the city of Highland Village, the city of Dallas, Walmart, Amazon, every auditor out there has to assume that that's a risk. So it's not a new thing, it's just a new for this letter. But if we were to read further down, it once again reiterates that there were no significant issues with the financial statements, internal control, anything else. A couple of the other risks there, just talking about like the new lease standard this year. Again, that's kind of a sight unseen, not knowing anything about how the audit's going to go this year. What are some things that keeps the auditor up at night? And those are a couple of big examples. So just wanted to point that out if there were any concerns about that, because it is definitely a big, a new change. I'd also briefly like to go through the single audit report that you should have in front of you. The single audit report, this is generated. The city of Highland Village has had a couple of these in the last few years related to the COVID funding that the city's gotten from the federal government. The gist of it, under federal law, when you spend a certain amount of federal money in a year, it triggers this compliance audit. And in this case, for this fiscal year, it was your ARPA funds. And we essentially look at a list of all the federal money that was spent. We pick some programs or a program based on certain criteria and do a deep dive. And again, just with the financial statements, we don't look at every transaction. We're not looking at every single dollar and every single compliance requirement. But in the case of your ARPA funds, we do a deep dive on the big significant compliance requirements that someone at your granting agency that would influence their decision on whether or not, yes, the city did comply with all the various strings that are attached to that federal money. And so you can see on page 1, just like the financial statement audit, we render an opinion on the single audit, and they have killed all the suspense. They also changed our audit report. They put it right at the top. And you can see right there on the first and second paragraphs that we were able to render an unmodified opinion on the city's compliance with those ARPA funds. And so just like the financial statement audit, one of 4 conclusions we can reach, unmodified opinion or clean opinion, is the best one. And that means that in our opinion, there was no material noncompliance based on our audit. You can see if you flip back with me very quick to page 6. After all of the discussion about how to plan the use of the ARPA funds and that sort of thing, it's kind of nice to me to see it become real on paper in some sort of way, that you can see there that about just over 1.5 million of the ARPA funds were spent during the year. So moving on to the financial statements. You should all have a hard copy of a much larger document, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. And I'd like to emphasize the word comprehensive. And if you'll jump with me in the front to page Roman numeral 13. We throw the word comprehensive in there when the city prepares this document in accordance with GFOA, a professional trade group that has a certificate requirement, and they do this certificate of excellence in financial reporting. And I point this out because that's voluntary. The city doesn't have to subject their financial statements to that. And not only, what that means is that not only does this document have some extra requirements below the baseline, it also means that this report, to earn that award, gets reviewed by a staff of volunteers around the country, people like myself who will get a copy of this and pick nits with it. So that I think what that underscores is the quality of the financial information that's available to the city. Because, of course, we as the auditors, we're going for materially correct, but what this certificate of achievement really underscores is that this is not just materially correct, but it's something that the T's and the I's have been crossed and dotted, so to speak. It's definitely not an award they give away, and so I think it's worthy of congratulation that the city has gotten that for another year, and we fully expect that this document in front of you will also qualify. So if you'll jump with me ahead to page 1. The independent auditor's report. So it looks just like that single audit compliance report that I touched on just a couple of minutes ago. And this is our opinion on the financial statements. And once again, at the top, we were able to render an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. So in our opinion, that means that based on our audit, the financial statements are free of any material misstatement from accounting principles, that nothing is incorrect or omitted that would affect the decision-making of whoever, the people that use this report. And as a, wrapping up talking about the results of the audit specifically, we, under government auditing standards, when we're dealing with taxpayer funds, it's something where we don't just want to have good numbers by accident, but that we would be required to report to y'all if, based on our audit, there were significant control problems or, like I mentioned earlier, some of those things that would have shown up in that communication letter. A lot of that would have to be not only codified in that letter, but even potentially put in this report that gets put out there for everyone to see. But fortunately, based on our audit, there were no findings to report. So results of the audit, again, as Heather said, we do a lot of our control work in the summertime before year end. Coming in and talking to city staff about those internal controls, those checks and balances, if you will. And it helps us inform our audit procedures so that we can do it effectively and efficiently. Obviously, they don't want to have us out here all year and look at every single dollar. And so we tailor it down based on that at final field work to do various things, analytical procedures. We confirm most cash balances and long-term debt balances with the banks that are holding them, among a number of other transactions to land on our audit opinion. And so, in summary, talking about the audit process, opinion on the financial statements, clean opinion is as good as it gets. No findings, opinion on compliance with the ARPA funds, clean opinion, no findings, as good as it gets. So just to close for a few minutes, I thought I would point out a couple of things in the ACFR itself with respect to a couple of financial highlights. If you'll jump with me to pages 16 and 17. The financial statements start out with what we call the government-wide financials, and it kind of mirrors what the financial statements you might see for a for-profit entity, that it's basically all of the city's funds rolled up into just a couple of big high-level categories, and that everything is going to be in here. All of the fixed assets, all the long-term debt, the TMRS numbers, all of that is reflected in this first set of financial statements. And part of why I bring this up is one of the takeaways I think is good to emphasize about this is that the information that's in this ACFR is not significantly different than the information that's been reported to you throughout the year. It's certainly not a situation where you thought things were one way and that the auditors came in and now everything looks different. In fact, really some of the only changes, the only differences really, besides more detail, are in these statements right here where there are a lot of numbers that maybe as a matter of practice only get adjusted and presented once a year. So a lot of the numbers about pension, final fixed asset numbers, these are the statements where it shows up. Right behind that, if you'll jump with me to page 20, are the governmental fund financial statements that you're a little more used to seeing throughout the year. I won't spend a lot of time on this and probably don't want to put everyone to sleep talking about all of the numbers that are in here. But I did want to point out, again, the question we always get is, okay, how much fund balance do we have? Are we doing good? And well, no surprises here. You can see at the bottom of page 20, the general fund ended with about $6.6 million of unassigned fund balance. we'll know that that's a slight, just a very small decrease from last year, but it was less than the decrease that was budgeted for. So one of the questions is, okay, 6.6 million, well, that's a nice number. Well, what is that in reference to the rest of the world? So in closing, I'd just like to point out one other statement, if you'll jump back with me to pages 54 and 55. And the last thing I'll point out in this financial statement is the budget to actual schedule for the general fund. And what I like about this and pointing this out is that this shows the budget numbers that y'all have been working very hard along with city staff to develop, track, amend. This shows how those budgeted amounts stacked up against the final audited actual amounts. And so the ratio as far as an operating reserve, about the middle page side of page 55, you can see total expenditures actual was 19.9 million. So that's 6.5 million roughly unassigned fund balance in the general fund. 6 million divided into just under 20. That's right around 4 months of fund balance. And as far as operating reserves go, that is well in line with city's policy and also very well in line with what we see with a lot of other cities your size as far as having a good, healthy reserve there that's also not just way too high, like that raises questions about what the city is doing with all of that. So 4 months, again, came right in with what was budgeted for as far as results and very healthy reserve at the end. So I'd be happy to go over any other questions you might have had about the financials or the audit process. That was the main pieces that I wanted to mention to you. But again, in closing, very clean audit. We appreciate Heather and all the city staff that we worked with. They were very, very helpful and forthcoming, making this as smooth of an audit as possible, and put out a very clean report with no big surprises.
That's what we like. Did you have a question?
Well, I've got a question. It's germane to this. With everything going on in the banking world, you know, SVB Bank got a passing audit 2 weeks before it went under. My question as far as the city, where do we park our cash, Ken? I mean, do we spread it over multiple banks? I mean, it's nothing identified in here where we put our investments as a risk, but it's just open question.
I can speak on that. We do diversify our investments. Also, by state law, we're required to collateralize our deposits. So there's another bank that's pledging on our accounts. So it's protected not only by FDIC, but also with the collateralization.
John, they pledge securities.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's totally covered.
All right. Cool.
We don't have millions in one account.
You could have 10 million in one account as long as it's collaterally pledged. You have no worries.
Okay.
All municipal.
Good to know.
Anybody who does municipal banking has to have that in place.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Anybody else?
Yeah, I do have one. I noticed here our unearned revenue. Our unearned revenue. I couldn't see any notes in the financials on page 17 under business activities. What is that?
Business activities, that is going to be, if that is in, so that is the rest of your ARPA funding. There may be some small amount in there, I'm not remembering.
Okay.
But either all of that or substantially all of that is the way the ARPA funds worked. The federal government pushed down to Denton County about $170 million up front.
Okay.
And in turn, they passed a lot of that money off to y'all in a couple of tranches. And that until that money is spent, we park it as a liability and call it unearned revenue. And that then we'll recognize the revenue in the future as the remainder of those ARPA funds are spent.
Why would you park it in a liability, just out of curiosity?
So that goes back to some of the accounting rules. The other option would be what we call a deferred inflow.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit more for when you've already met the eligibility requirements, but it's just more of a time requirement. In theory, we call it a liability because if you never spent those ARPA funds, you'd have to send it back.
Yeah. The only reason I ask, in my world, when I see unearned revenue, that's work that they've been deposits that have been put in place that have not yet been earned, and until they're earned, they can't be recognized as revenue. So I was looking through your notes today when I read these financials, and so thank you.
Thank you.
It's interesting. I've never seen it done.
Anybody
that way.
else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 2 is discuss speed limits in Highland Village. We'll start it off with Mr. Kristen.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I got a PowerPoint presentation coming up. Maybe. Here it comes. Public Works was tasked with taking a look at the traffic counts on Lakeside and Hillside, and we have completed that task. And I'm going to present the data that we found. The characteristics of Lakeside, Hillside from the Highland Shores intersections. We have a 37-foot wide paving cross-section. Our standard cross-section for paving is 31 foot for a concrete road. We have one stop sign in this section of street, which is at, I'm sorry, I got Lake Creek. It's Lake Haven is where it's at. And then we took 6 traffic count locations on the entire street. So jumping right into it, our first traffic count is count 1, where the little yellow star is. We set these traffic counters out for 3 to 4 days. The vehicles analyzed section of 3049, bear in mind, this is not a divided lane road, so that's picking up both directions of traffic. Not just, there's not 3,049 cars going one way on this stretch of road. So at that count 1 site, the speed limit, of course, is 30. The average speed was 24 miles an hour, and the 85th percentile was traveling at 29 miles per hour. The enforcement recommendation is low for that area. Site number 2, we're going to go down the west side. Site number 3, is Lakeside and Country Glen. There was 1,130 cars that passed there. Again, the average speed is 25. The 85th percentile is 30. I'll back up here one in a second, but we did log 3 vehicles in that 1,130 cars that were going between 38 and 41 miles per hour. One was at 3 p.m., one at 12 a.m., and one at 4 a.m. I'm going to back up to the first one. We logged 2 vehicles on that site during that deployment in between 38 and 41 miles per hour, and that was 3 p.m. and 4 a.m. So we're developing a pattern on that side.
Guy.
Late to go to
It's the
school.
same guy, right? They're the same 2 cars, right?
Could be.
3 p.m. and 4 a.m.
Could be.
It's not the police department.
So site number 5, it was deployed at Lakeside Drive and Greenway. There was 4,254 counts there, 23 miles per hour average speed. 26 was the 85th percentile. Again, in this area, the recommendation is for low enforcement.
What are the significant characteristics of that particular location? You got 4,254 as a count, and the other ones were a little over 1,000.
It depends on what days they were out there. We deployed them for 3 to 4 days each. So if we got a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, took it down, charged it, and went back out for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We could have got weekend traffic, we could have got weekday traffic.
Well, I'm
No
gonna,
cross
I'm gonna
traffic that gets
guess.
counted in that, is it?
Say again?
There's no cross traffic that could get counted in that figure.
No.
So when you say cross-traffic, do you mean like, because what I'm guessing is in 1 and 3, you're getting a limited number of cars up there, whereas in 5, you're getting closer to Highland Shores. So
And
you're
that's
getting
why I was
everybody
asking
that
the
goes in.
characteristics, right?
Right.
Is it next to a street that
It doesn't-
crosses through?
No, it's at the cul-de-sac, which is far enough away from the major intersection, and it won't read that far anyway. We set it, you could set it at different increments, but 40 is the max. So we're getting the whole street.
But was each area the same duration, 4 days? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes, sir. We logged 4 vehicles, 38 to 41 here, 5 p.m., 11 p.m., and 12 a.m. So going down the east side, Hillside and Lake Haven, we counted 3,371 cars. 24 miles per hour is the average speed, and the 85th percentile is 30. Again, we're recommending low enforcement. This is an area where we're starting to get into some topography. So we had 2 vehicles between 38 and 41 miles per hour, one at 9 a.m., one at 1 p.m. So Lake Creek is where the stop sign is. It's at the top of a hill. Now we're traveling either down the hill or up the hill, so our speeds tend to increase a little bit. We counted 2815 at this site with an average speed of 28 and the 85th percentile traveling at 32. There were 7 vehicles clocked between 38 and 41 at this site. And instead of listing the various times, it was morning and through midday.
How does the 2815, how does that compare with the other sites that we've looked at so far? Is it on the, would you say, middle of the road, low end, high end?
No, it just depends on what days of the week it was out. We didn't deploy Monday through Wednesday every week because we were on a short time frame. So we deployed Monday through Wednesday, charged it, and then Friday through.
Okay, I was just trying to get an idea of
Right.
the traffic flow versus the number of cars that were out of the tolerable.
7 out of the 2815 is, and that's both directions.
Right.
So, if you wanted to technically calculate the single direction, you can estimate that by cutting it in half. 1,400 cars traveling.
That's coming. If you're coming out, that's coming downhill, correct?
If you're southbound on Hillside coming out towards Highland Shores Boulevard, you're going down a hill.
Okay.
So even if you're not accelerating.
Able to tell when you did this, the majority of those 7, were they coming down the hill or were they going up the hill?
No, we can't tell.
Okay.
And if we tighten up the reading length, we might miss some vehicles, and then we can tell what's going northbound.
You have the thing facing the same direction the whole 4 days, or did you flip it around?
No, it's the same
So
direction.
which direction was it facing during this period?
They're all facing to the north.
Okay, so you were catching people coming downhill then?
Right.
Okay.
And you catch go-away traffic too.
Okay, yeah, okay. Tom?
Scott, I like the value of all this, and I think it serves as good information. But my biggest concern, I think it's great that everybody pretty much stays within the 30 mile per hour speed zone. I think 30 miles per hour, a 30 mile per hour speed zone is too fast. People coming down my street in Silverthorne, you think that they are going 40, 50 miles an hour. They're not, they're doing 30 miles an hour. And we have a very wide street. All the streets around us are very narrow, people parking their cars out in the road. I'm sure everybody else has that same issue here. So my issue is not, hey, are people adhering to the speed? I'm saying, my opinion is, our speed limits are set too high.
Okay, let's Continue, please.
And the last slide is traffic count number 6 on the east side. We counted 7,000 cars. You're done with the hill. You're approaching the intersection of Highland Shores Boulevard, so you're starting to slow back down. The average speed was 26.
But you saw even more,
Right, and
but you had
what days of the week that was is it's in between 316 and 320, March 16th and March 20th.
And how far off
That
are
was
these?
over the weekend.
How far can somebody see these little mile per hour counters?
They're pretty hidden. It looks like a lunch box size.
Okay, so those aren't the big ones that you put out on Silverthorne?
Oh, no.
Okay.
These are,
They're little boxes with the rubber, like the cord that goes across the street, right?
no, this is all digital,
Is it? Okay.
infrared. It's the latest technology for traffic counting.
Okay.
They're hid. You set them on a stop sign, on a street sign. It's just a black box. Somebody might notice it once, but then it's just there. Nobody notices it after a day, and you can get a true feeling for what's happening. That's the end of my presentation. What we were tasked with was to get the traffic counts and the speed data, and I believe
How many,
the chief has.
before Chief comes up, how many speed limit signs do we have in the city? Because I know there was a dollar amount if we were to change speed limits all over the city. There was a dollar amount that we were told it would cost.
I remember giving the presentation, but I can't remember the exact number.
The dollar amount was 142.
140, yeah, it's like 143,000.
I think you're right. There's no speed limit signs posted on this stretch of road at all.
Nowhere in that neighborhood is there a speed limit sign.
Not on Hillside nor Lakeside, no.
So in other words, if we have so many neighborhoods that are at the mandated automatic speed limit of 30 miles an hour, there aren't a lot of signs, if any. If we change the speed limit, we're not replacing existing signs. We're adding a ton to say that we're now below the state mandated 30 mile an hour level for an unsigned area. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I presented that info. I just can't remember the actual numbers in
Come on,
dollars.
man.
Okay,
Trying to look
so-
good here. What are you doing?
Okay, so you need to explain that to me a little bit. We're not replacing signs, we're adding?
So where there's no speed limit signs, the speed limit is automatically 30 miles an hour. They teach you that in
Right.
defensive driving class or whatever, right?
Right.
So if we're going to say, if we lower a speed limit, if that's one of our things we want to do eventually, if we say it's 25 or 20 or 15, whatever it may be, we have to sign all those streets that don't have any signage now.
You can't, like, I know in some places it says speed limit 35 unless otherwise posted.
That'd be an attorney question.
Or interior streets, speed limits, if say hypothetically we have 150 speed limit signs today, are you saying that we'd have to go to 400 speed limit signs in the city to do this if we wanted to lower the speed limit?
I'd have to go back and review that.
And those are hypothetical numbers, of course.
Yeah, I know. I'd have to go back and review that. I know there's some additional postings that you would have to do because the default standard speed limit is 30 miles per hour. It would require additional postings, particularly as you enter the city, as well as probably other intersections where you cross city limits lines, plus probably whatever we're replacing internally. So that you'd be posting additional signs for those things that are not, for those areas that are not the default 30 miles an hour or 25 miles an hour, if that is the case.
And it was a combination. There were some 30 mile per hours that exist now. You put a new sign on the existing pole. The others, of course, you set a new pole and a new sign.
You said the standard width of the roadway is 31. Ours are, at that particular location is 37 foot wide.
This Lakeside and Hillside is a 37-foot.
Is that consistent in all of the control areas that you've monitored?
Yes, from Hillside at Highland Shores, all the way around the lakeside of Highland Shores. It's a 37-foot wide.
And the 31, is that a state mandate or a federal mandate?
No, that's just city
City.
specification.
What is the minimum width? Accommodate fire trucks and all the other
24-foot.
24. Okay. And my thought process here is, and we talked about it on Highland Shores Boulevard, rather than spending $142,000 to change all the signs or add signs throughout the city, are there all other alternatives to slow the traffic down? What other ways can we do this? Is it a painted bike lane? Would that do it? What kind of statistics do we have to show that traffic is slowed because of those? Or is there one stop sign, additional stop signs that we can put along the roadway? Will that do any good? Have we considered any of those alternatives?
In other words, or also though, there's nothing that says we have to change the speed limit everywhere. It would be just if we felt that one neighborhood's more unsafe than another neighborhood. I don't know if that's the right term.
Can we do
You
it on
do
specific
areas
neighborhoods?
or neighborhoods or specific streets and not have to do the whole city, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It just takes an ordinance.
Thank you.
John, you had something?
Well, no, I just want to make a
you're
comment.
next.
I mean, what I'm taking from the data, okay, is that the radical people that are speeding is less than 0.1%.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, not there. The average speed is already 5 to 6 miles an hour under the speed limit in all areas, and the 85 percentile is under the speed limit in all areas.
Except for one.
At or under. Yeah.
Except for one. One of them was 31.
One was 31?
Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, so it's basically, we don't have a speeding problem on either of those streets, okay, that is measurable with the thousands of cars. We got one or two people problems, but we don't have a speeding problem. Okay. I mean, that's the way I'm reading the data.
That's the way that we're presenting the data, yes.
Okay.
John?
Yeah, the presentation you did last year, did it include both re-signing and adding signs, or was it just re-signing?
It was both.
It was both.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Chief? Thank you, Scott.
You bet.
Mayor, council, staff, citizens. So this is sort of a tag team presentation. Scott had the speeding portion or the speed limits with the equipment. Just to give you some background, and this is probably our 4th or 5th presentation over the last 5 years on speed limits and or the reading the speed throughout the city, and in every one of them presented, all of the data has been 85 within the 85 percentile. Nothing's been over. So Scott has now, we had one box, one of those surreptitious boxes. We've donated over to them, moved it to their equipment list. They have 3 of them now. And his folks are amazing at putting out, whenever we get complaints on certain areas, we send a request over to them, they place them out. And I sort of want to highlight tonight, too, some of our procedural issues. We have always encouraged, even before my time, that citizens bring questions, concerns to us so that we can send the resources to that area, evaluate those resources, present that data, and hopefully not just do a cookie cutter approach to everything, because as you know, each district, every city street is just a little bit unique, depending on hills or curves or just the culture in that neighborhood in some instances. So, with that being said, my presentation is specifically related to accidents in the city over the last 3 years, the whole city. But in order to define that, the accidents, there's a couple different ways that we investigate accidents. Where I'm leading, if you're reading along with that while I describe where I'm going with this, at the end of the presentation will be leading up to the actual reportable accidents that we're required to report by the state. And the biggest one, I think, that I'm guessing, absent of any input, was that we examine and present data on accidents that resulted in reportable accidents. And within the reportable accidents, probably the most important factor would be injuries. Safe to assume? Okay, so that's where we're going with this presentation. further defined motor vehicle accidents involving all of the subsections and weights and axles. This is just the whole definition. I didn't want to throw anything up there that was not in accordance with the actual law. Over the 3-year period, calendar years, not fiscal years. And we excluded the major thoroughfares, so we were focusing on the residential areas for this conversation tonight. I believe within the last 8 to 10 months, maybe 10 months, we did a presentation on the major thoroughfares for accident-related injuries or accidents reportable throughout the city. I'll break these down further.
Can you go back?
I have individual slides, John, with pictures of this depicting, breaking them down each by year, and then leading up to the accidents actually that are reportable with injuries, and then the final slide talking about.
But what does it mean excluding the major thoroughfares?
We didn't do 407 and Highland Village Road, Selmar, some of the major cut-throughs in the
Place where
city.
there's an accident like every other day.
Well, but I'm just wondering, I mean, if you look at Briar Hill Boulevard, and if that's excluded, does that mean there's no accidents, or we just didn't report them on Briar Hill?
No, for this report, he's not including any accidents on those streets. This is just focusing on interiors.
Interior
Oh,
residential.
Okay, that's what, so this is all just
residential-
interiors?
Correct.
Okay, no, thank you. I missed
I
that.
guess we'd call them feeder streets for all intensive purposes, okay?
Okay.
This is what a 3-year picture snapshot looks. Please make note that those pins are locations, okay, vicinity pins. They're not exact because of the way the mapping process works. But they got a big overall picture here. I don't want to spend a lot of time on the big picture because as we break them down on the residential streets, these are these accidents that were reported resulted in no reports.
Do each one of those pins, okay, I see where you have a pin that has a number 2. That means that in that area there were 2 accidents.
Yes, 2 in that vicinity.
Gotcha, okay.
So 51 for that 3-year period, with resulting in no reports. That means there was no injury, there was no government or property involved, and no property damage over $1,000. Here's where the report starts kicking in because there was damaged property involved, but still no injuries over a 3-year period.
When you say damaged property, that is the vehicle itself?
Correct.
or
Most
additional-
often, it could be a fence in your yard, it could be,
Mailbox.
Mailbox.
yeah, it could be a mailbox. If it was government property, like a city stop sign or city property, then it automatically, even though
Phone box.
the property damage does not reach 1,000, it's automatically
For
reported.
example, in our neighborhood, I bet you all of those are mailbox.
Possibly, yeah.
In 2020, we had 3 reportable injury accidents. 2021, there were 5. And then 2022, there were 3 more, making a total of 11.
I notice, can you go back to show each one again?
Yes, can I show you this last slide first?
Yeah.
This will break down all of the reportable accidents over that 3-year period.
You don't have to go back. I just remembered you left Highland Village Road's not in there.
Correct.
Okay.
We were looking at pretty much the 30-mile-an-hour zones within the residential area.
Golf cart. Sorry.
Darn golf cart.
These are reportable accidents under that state standard that I put up for the first slide. It says if we have one of these things happen, that officers must investigate and must report it within 10 days to the state. Out of those,
Some are DWI too.
correct, and not related to speed. There were 2 that were attributed to the speed. And I know I have to pick on Matt Martin here today with the golf cart, but it wasn't him.
A golf cart failed to control speed.
Yes.
I thought that they couldn't go that fast.
In Highland Village, they can only
Like
go.
the Dukes of Hazzard golf cart?
There's probably still areas where you got to control your speed.
It doesn't say it was speeding. It was failed to control speed.
Oh, okay.
So difference in terminology, okay? So I want to try to work in, addressing this, and I talked with Paul about this and Kevin about this also in trying to present options and discussions about either the blanket cookie cutter approach or individual specificity for what we can determine our problem areas or needed attention in the city. So during this time frame, either coincidentally or not coincidentally, I mentioned Matt Martin. Matt Martin has been here numerous times in the past and helped us draft and support the golf cart ordinance. During this time frame when council was addressing the speed in the last few, about 6 weeks or thereabouts, Matt had sent me an email and asked to meet him in his neighborhood at Lakeside and Lake Breeze area to address a safety concern. And we met just recently and looked at that area. If you heard me talk about specifics related to using stop signs, I want to stress that the state encourages highly that we don't use stop signs to slow people down. Stop signs are meant to help prevent safety issues, create a safer environment. But in this particular instance, the one that Matt showed to me, I'll come back to that, is that particular intersection there. And the photograph does not give it justice, correct, Matt? That's true. With the rolling hills and the curves and the jetting out. I don't think I have a pointer on here, and I wish I did. But in discussing him, Matt, can you step up here just, I know we talked about this, tell them where you live so they got a better picture.
I live on the very north side. You can't see my house. It's one more north, and Mr. Bates actually lives in the one with the brown roof on the left side.
Thank you. So we parked on his side of the street, and we were there for a good 35 minutes or thereabouts and watched traffic, and I would hope that you would agree with me that we never saw anybody driving through there too fast, correct?
Right.
But what I did witness was, and with my car drove through those intersections also, is that as you approach Lakeside from either side, you can see how where the green dots are, they started, or actually the red dot on what would be the west side, the southwest side, jets out into the roadway. So if you're driving north on Lake Breeze, approaching Lakeside/Hillside, because it changes at the intersection, it is very difficult to see around that corner as the cars come off of Lakeside down the hill from around the corner. You have to pull out very far. The same thing on the other side of the street where the green dot is also. As you're looking to the left, you have to pull pretty far out before you can do that. And there's no stop sign there right now. So the existing stop signs are there, but they have to pull way out, and the cars keep moving. So the other thing that Matt pointed out to me is, it's pretty obvious. There's no sidewalks in that whole area. So people do walk the streets. And there is no rhyme or reason on purpose. There's no law that says you have to walk on the left side or the right side. And there are kids who use motor scooters and bicycles, et cetera, on those streets. And his biggest concern, which was very apparent, I watched at least 2 cars do this, is they're coming down the main drain on Lakeside. If they're making a left turn onto Lake Breeze in either direction, they cut those corners because there's no stop sign. They cut them. They almost took the curb out. There's no curb there, but they hug that curve so much. So the blind side that was witnessed by me as people were walking or out of sight coming up to those green dots is that cars just turn right into people almost. So in fast tracking, and all the data that's being presented, and tonight's not the night to decide on this, it was an opportunity. Matt was going to stand up tonight and speak at visitor comments in the council meeting. And I wanted to sort of lay out a process for all of you to say, we can bring these individual items, speed concerns, stop sign concerns, safety concerns on any intersection or intersections to address versus a cookie cutter approach. And then we bring those to you in front of a forum on an approved agenda and have that full discussion with more data and or citizen input. Right now, if we were going to go down this path to put it on an agenda before it would go to that point, we would be knocking on a lot of doors to try to get approval or disapproval for whatever they want to get their opinion on whether or not that neighborhood wants it. Right now, I'm only familiar with at least 2 people probably, and I haven't talked to Mr. Bates, who I believe is here also. I haven't spoke with him directly to say, do you favor this or not? But the only one here who's addressed it with me so far is Matt Martin. There's a lot of work that goes into these things is what I'm trying to get into to say there might be 2 people who want it, there might be 100 who don't. Ultimately, your decision, Scott's, mine, Paul's, is to present the data and do the legwork behind it to do that presentation.
Chief?
Yes, sir.
I'm confused on this graphic, because you're saying the green is existing, and there's only one stop sign on Hillside, Lakeside continuum. If you go up Hillside, you get one stop sign. Okay, if you're coming up Lakeside, there's one stop sign. Okay, and where these show, the stop sign would be on the right side of the road where you've got a red dot, unless if this map's not reversed.
I believe it's laid out north right now if you're looking at the map.
If that's north.
North is 3 o'clock. Okay, north is 3 o'clock. Yeah, it's
All I'm
Google
saying
Maps.
is if on Hillside Drive, there would be a stop sign on the right side as you're approaching Lake Breeze. Okay. This says there's not one there, because you got a red dot saying you want to propose one there. I'm just,
Only Lake Breeze has a stop sign.
Yeah.
Hillside /
no, you have to stop on Hillside. You can't go all the way around through Lakeside, from Hillside to Lakeside without stopping.
There's a three-way stop at Hillside and Lake Haven. I think, if I remember correctly, and this is the case through most of the city, right? If you've got a main thoroughfare like Hillside or Selmire or Medina, the stop signs are going to be
Now I've got it.
on the entry to those, correct?
You just answered my question.
correct.
Okay.
So you're proposing,
All right, no, so
Lake
you're
Breeze is not-
you're adding them on there.
Right, not Lake Creek.
I got it. You got to draw me a picture, which you,
Well, I know, I only unhid these slides before this to have the discussion, not knowing if Matt would be here or
but
not.
I mean, this would be a calming effect, adding another stop sign each direction on the Lakeside Hillside.
It'd be a major safety intervention to assist
Still
in
interesting,
that
'cause-
endeavor, yes. Would cars slow down? They would have to slow down because of the stop signs in place.
You're saying they're less likely to cut that corner close to the other edge if they got to come to a complete stop and
If
then
there
make
were
a left turn?
Right, stop signs and or stop line, something to affect
you have a
traffic
line in the
that they would understand, wow, I need to stop here before I turn left. Yes, they would not cut the corners anymore.
so just for clarification, the green dots, you have stop signs. The red dots are proposed.
Correct.
All right, good.
Never used
But that's just again, this was just a thrown-in illustration for further discussion down the road to say,
Right.
Please, as council members see or hear things, to give us a chance to go out and look at some things, bring back some ideas, and go from there.
Sean, did you have anything? Is your light still on? Okay. Robert?
Okay.
I think this is probably for Scott, but the 2 existing stop signs that are there, can they be moved forward closer to the intersection so that the stop bar is not 20 feet back from, a more reasonable distance from the intersection so it's more practical to use the stop bar? Because just looking at Google Earth, it's pretty far away, it seems, right? So you already passed the stop sign when you're stopped.
Right. We would take a look at the existing conditions in that intersection and see what where the green dots are, the two existing stop signs, make sure that the stop bars are far enough out to get the proper sight distance for a 30-mile-per-hour street, and then make a recommendation from that point. There's other things you can do in that intersection as well. You know, the road is not striped. You can put a stripe on there. You could put raised pavement markers in there with the striping, and you know, if they tend to drift or cut corners, they'll hit the RPMs, and there's a number of different things you can do.
I have one more question, sorry. Is there existing landscaping or anything within what would be the visibility triangles at that intersection that is problematic in this case?
That would be one thing we would look at.
Okay, but to your knowledge, I don't think there is, but maybe there is.
There's a lot of topo with hills, so you really.
So it's the hill, it's the vertical alignment rather than the,
Homes are built up, so you can't see over the hill.
Hills and curves, both.
yeah.
So again,
Thank you.
That's all downhill from North Shore stop sign to Lake Breeze. It's a downhill run if you're going west.
all four of them are to converge down. They all move in that direction to the center.
I mean, you're picking up speed, so, okay.
Right.
The data that you were showing with the accident data, something, as we talk about this further, something I'd like to see is well, and maybe you, I don't know if you can or can't, but traffic stops. How many do you remember how many tickets were written throughout the city last year? In other words, where I'm going is, can we generate a heat map that will show problem areas where we've written citations for speeding?
Yes, we could do that. It'd be a vicinity map just like that.
Yeah.
Probably a bigger area because there'd be bigger
Right.
places to do that. So it's harder, I say, as the longer the traffic run is, it easier for us to run radar and implement things like that. And those are mostly our problem areas where those stop signs can slow people down because of all the reasons they were installed. A little harder for us to sit and or with all the speed studies we've done, they've been under.
When they write a ticket, and I'll admit it's been a long time since I got a ticket, thank goodness. But when they write a ticket, is the location, you know, that you always put like a block number in the street where the citation is being given, is that where the radar picked them up as speeding, or is it where the car was stopped for the encounter?
No, it was the matter of where the infraction happened.
So they're trying to get it, but
As close as
kind of general.
So within 100 block range. I mean, you know, yeah, the block range of it or intersection related. It's as close as the officer can put it on the paper.
Gotcha. Okay, that's what I want to know.
You would probably also want to get the warnings as well as the citations.
Can you do that?
Can I do what?
Can you get the warnings as well as the
Yes,
citations?
absolutely. We do exactly the same. We make the same stops.
Yeah, I'd like to see that information. And I'd like to zero in on this area where they're concerned, but I'd like to see it citywide too. You know, where the areas are all over the city, but for this discussion, I'd also like to be able to zero in on their neighborhood.
Okay, so I could probably geofence it into what Scott's presentation was and then do a heat map just for that area. Then we might end up having to do the whole city with that inclusive, just because the data to sort, it might be a little more extremely difficult at that point.
And I'm fine with that, because where I'm going is if, just hypothetically speaking, if there's not a general feeling amongst council to lower speed limits, my thought, and my thought has always been, let's enforce a little stricter. Let's get a little more aggressive on enforcing speed limits and see what that does. See if that alters behavior, even if it's for a temporary period. To see.
So I have to understand that concept, but my counter is with the 85 percentile being, we're running those numbers all of the time. That data is showing us that our policing right now with written warnings or citations is keeping people within that 85 percentile.
I get that, but I'm talking about that one. I don't care about the 15% or the 13%. I care about the number one. You know, If we can reduce the likelihood of that one time.
3 p.m. and 4 a.m. guy.
Yeah.
Well, but there's less than 1/10% of the traffic on that was in those outer bands.
Correct.
I mean, there's just,
So
can't catch those.
We
You know,
catch-
let's not hit a squirrel.
But the reality is, if we did say, hey, we're going to be a little more assertive in enforcing speed limits, not only are you going to probably catch that outlier, that 4 a.m. person, but the word's going to get out that we're being a little bit more, and people are going to naturally know that, hey, I should be a little bit more mindful, and we won't have Easter Sunday on Doubletree like we did last year, hopefully.
But Dan, this data is already showing that the average is 24 to 25.
I get the data, but
No, I'm just saying, it's already showing 24 to 25.
I get
That's
that.
what's happening.
Well,
I get that.
Here would be my only other comment, is that I get what you're saying about chief employing people out there in the field to do that. But every time you sit a man in a car for an extended period of time, you're taking that man out of the chief's coffers.
I get that too. But we
And
also have, aside from garbage collection, the most common email I have gotten in 6 years on council is, when are we going to do something about speeding in our city?
Okay, so here's the other question I had. Can we consider, I don't think we have to reduce the speed limit blanketly across the city. Can't we point out areas like, let's say, Briar Hill Boulevard, where it's 30 miles an hour, okay? Then you go into Tartan Trail, it's 30 miles an hour, but when you take a left on Strathmore, it drops to 25 miles an hour. Can you change those speed limits in the high-density, tighter streets?
I believe in all our discussions that's yes. With
Because I
addressing.
think, in my opinion, the biggest challenge is on the tighter streets. Not everybody has a wide street like Silverthorne Trail. I mean, that's an extra wide street. But when you turn up Lockmore, those streets are narrow. I've been in his neighborhood. Some of the streets are wide, some of them are extremely narrow, and then you're navigating around, and you have people that park their cars out there. And I'm telling you, Chief, or anybody, I'll zoom you through there at 30 miles an hour, and you'll be gripping on your seats. And I don't believe that the average speed limit is 24. I don't care what the counters show. I do not believe the average speed is 24 miles an hour, because I just don't. I just don't. But my thought is that we need to do something, and we've been talking about this since I've been on council, and all I've heard is talk, 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 talk.
And talk with no need to do anything, which I think is a hooey.
Is a hooey. So I think we need to take the hooey off the board and do something about it, guys, and quit dilly-dallying around. And either we look at it and say, we're going to reduce speed limits all the way across the city, or number two, we're going to cut them down in some areas, or number three, go to the extreme that Dan says and take some of the chief's guys out of the field and enforce it.
And I'm going to go to Sean, but I'll tell you, I don't think the enforcement thing is an extreme.
Well,
I think it's an easy way where we're doing something, where residents that are concerned about this know we're doing something, even if we're not doing the really extreme, which is lowering the speed limits all over the city. Sean, your turn.
Yeah, so an example would be Marketplace, right? I know that we don't control Marketplace. Marketplace is wide, 2 lanes each way, sidewalks on both sides, 25 miles an hour. Cross over 2499 into my neighborhood, street narrows, no sidewalks, automatically up to 30 miles an hour. Speaking of enforcement, I think you guys are doing a great job with regards to the U-turn enforcement right there at 2499 Live Oak. I see them out there all the time. Enforcement is great. In my mind, people are still making those U-turns. I mean, you can't stop them. I mean, and they're getting to the point now where they'll pull out a little bit to see if an officer's sitting there. And if they don't see an officer, they'll make the U-turn. So, I mean, we have to understand, what is enforcement going to do? I understand enforcement is great, but, how long does enforcement last? And then, when you start to look at examples, Marketplace versus Live Oak, I mean, it's 2 different streets, 2 different, I feel fine walking down the sidewalk on Marketplace, but, I know people probably go faster than 25 miles an hour, but I don't understand why that's 25, and then you go into my neighborhood and it's 30 miles an hour.
Exactly.
Well, that's Marketplace. Walmart's controlling that speed limit. That's their property.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
It's not our street.
Well, then
right?
maybe Walmart knows something that we don't.
Maybe they do.
So
Look at the accidents on Market.
Kevin can back me up on this, but the Texas
People are not
Constitution.
looking where they're going. They're looking at their stores where they're going.
Go ahead, Chief.
The Texas Constitution for law enforcement directs officers to use discretion. And for me, as a chief or as you as a council, to say you will do, that will never happen. It can't happen by law. So there's a lot of coaxing, there's a lot of discussion, there's a lot of interaction to move people to that level of enforcement. And those guys and gals out there are very well respected in our city, from what I gather based on complaints or compliments or whatnot. That tolerance or discretion, as it's called in the law, where they write that ticket, again, I have to defend the numbers to say what they're writing or being visible. The citizens out there do not know whether or not we're writing a citation or a warning. But the visibility or presence of officers is a big deterrent to those processes. So having them visible, when you see us stopping a car, it's an automatic response by people to step on their brakes, no matter where they're at, $24.99 or not. And we move our resources. Understand we have, if you want to know the breakdown, we do the breakdown of the officers. We're at, there's, in a fully staffed environment, we're at 6 officers per shift. And usually I have 1 on vacation. That's just the way the numbers work. And or 1, hopefully not, but sick or out for family leave with babies being born or training. And unfortunately right now, the staffing shortage, we're down 3 positions and probably going to be seeing some more staffing changes also in the future based on various factors. So the enforcement portion is a fine balancing act between responding to calls, finding drunk drivers, the amount of time that it takes them to process that paperwork, and then looking at the numbers and listening to, you have a complaint, a valid complaint where people say that car was driving too fast. We just can't be everywhere all the time. So we really rely on complaints in specific areas based on data and or just citizen complaints to say how are we going to focus our resources. But to say the whole city, I don't know if we can meet that requirement. We can focus on individual neighborhoods like with Mr. Martin and Mr. Bates, and we can move. But we need that information first, or to at least address it, investigate it, or just say, you know what, absent of the data, we as a council say in this particular neighborhood that Tartan needs to be lowered to 25 instantly. You can do that.
So what is our?
Well, Robert had a question. His light's been on for a while.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's fine. Just 2 things, I guess, 2 parts I'd like to make. So the 37-foot width of a road probably encourages a higher speed than a 24-foot road. So I would disagree, I guess, with how I understood what you were saying. So I would almost encourage narrower streets, but that ship has sailed, right? So the second point was, this is going to sound old-fashioned, I suppose, but if I'm living in a neighborhood, I generally know who lives in my neighborhood. I know who's driving up and down streets. If I see certain individuals doing things, running a stoplight or a stop sign at the end of my street in a red Mustang every day, just a rolling stop through it, I can march down to their house and, have a talk with them and explain to them why stopping at a stop sign. It's an old-fashioned idea of maybe community engagement, but we're a neighborhood. So Highland Shores is a neighborhood, right? They could easily do some communication work to educate people on stopping at stop signs, slowing down in neighborhoods. I know it's not a cure-all, but it'd be a good start rather than having city government try and regulate speed limits on every single residential street in this town.
And
or city, or
Mr.
village.
Feaster, we do investigate individual complaints where if we have a vehicle identified, color, license plate.
Oh, he's a nice kid. I'm not.
No, but we
just an
do.
example.
I'm
not
saying we have and always will investigate complaints from citizens, and we typically do the same thing. We're that middle person to knock on the door and say, hey, we've noticed or we've been told and or any future violations, here's what's coming, okay? So we intervene with those things when we're aware of them.
Understood. I'm just trying to point out that, a little community perhaps. So.
I'll leave it at that.
I just wanted to ask a question. At what speed can we prevent what happened to the Bates dog? At what speed?
No speed.
I can't answer that question.
There is no speed.
There could be, right, there could be different vehicle sizes, there could be a bicycle.
Well, no, I mean, but that's my point. There is no speed that would protect that from happening. It could be 10 mile an hour, 15 mile an hour. We all see it every day. I drive out Whittier every day, and there's squirrels that run across. I stop to try to not hit them. They run back over, and I hit them when I'm going 5 miles an hour. That's just the nature of squirrels. So I think what it comes down to, a little bit to what Robert's saying, education. I like the stop sign idea so that it gets people from not picking up speed. But speed limit alone is not going to fix that problem. If it's 20, if they come out at the wrong time, you're going to have an accident. If it's 15, they come out at the wrong time, you're going to have an accident. So there is no speed limit solution to that problem, is where I'm going. So
I had a great opportunity a few years back to fly out to D.C. for one of those fly-ins and meet the department at that time, what the heck, I'm trying to think, Transportation Secretary. And during that meeting as a chief, I raised my hand and said, I'm going to take the opportunity to say, why can't we address problems from the beginning? Meaning if we could have all our smart cars in place and they would recognize all the speed limits and never be able to drive faster. Back then, I don't even think smart cars were even in the thought process, but I addressed the drunk driving issue, saying why, if we have such a problem with drunk driving across this country, do we not have interlocking or locking devices built into cars right off the bat? Why not? How can you not get in your car and not blow and make it so that you can drive it safely? And that was the overarching thing to say, government should not be overreaching around and influencing and taking people's decisions away from them, because we have the decisions to either drive slow or drive fast. And we unfortunately are tasked with the ramifications after the fact.
Well,
So
that scenario, that's a presumed guilt, not a presumed innocence as well. If you put a blow device in every car, you're presuming everybody's getting in drunk, not presuming that they're not, which our society is built on the presumption of innocence.
and jumping in a car that is marked off at 140 miles an hour in a little Mustang.
Tom?
I'll just make one more point. I think, guys, that we need to come to some solution. Either we address the speed, or we add the stop signs, or we put speed bumps, or we do something. I mean, since I've been on council, this topic has come up many times. And
Well, like Chief said, this is the fourth or fifth time we've had this
Yeah.
conversation. Well, obviously, it's because residents are pissed off.
yeah, residents have voiced their opinion about the speeds, and I am one of those residents that has voiced my opinion about the speeds. And I think that on the smaller streets, Robert, the smaller street, if you turn up Lockmore in my neighborhood, that speed limit is still 30 miles an hour. It shouldn't be 30 miles an hour. It should be more like 20 miles an hour. Silverthorne is fine at 30, but I think there are some streets that you can identify that are narrow, that have cars that are parked on the streets, that are not parked in their driveways, that you need to do something about controlling that speed. Or you're going to have a real serious accident. Next time it might not be a dog, and it only takes one kid. So that's all I'll say.
We've been considering stop signs and speed limits. And Councilman Kicksmiller made a point that at any speed, an animal or a child can get hurt or killed. So I think we need to expand the consideration from just speed and consider the safety of the people. Councilman Heslip has said we can pinpoint streets, lower the speed limits. That doesn't answer the question that Mr. Kicksmiller brought up. At what speed do you not get hurt, right? But it doesn't address the lack of, in certain areas, sidewalks. If you lower the speed to 25 or even 20, and you still have a child or an animal or both walking on the street, that child or animal is still going to get hurt. We haven't done anything to consider that safety piece. except for lower speed limits. And I think I think we have to have the conversation and we have to do something. I agree with that point. But I think we have to look at alternatives that incorporate safety and the ability for children and animals to walk safely on that, as well as adults walking safely on that roadway, and any other roadway for that matter.
And what I would say, and this is the last thing I'll say on it, but to your point, I mean, and Tom's, you know, like I said, this is the thing next to garbage collection issues. This is what I've heard about more than anything.
Absolutely.
Since I've been on council, like you said, Chief, this is the 4th or 5th time we've had this presentation and this conversation. It's because at the end of the day, call it a perception or a reality, residents believe there's a problem. There's, you know, they believe, and they're contacting us saying, do something. Perception is reality. I think whether it's looking at sidewalks, bike lanes, whatever we can do to encourage even better behavior than we have to reduce the likelihood of that one time. I think it's time for us to have a bit more serious conversation, and we can't just roll out a presentation that says, hey, you know what, we've got great behavior. Residents they're tired of the presentation. Would that be a correct statement, Mr. Bates?
Oh, yes. May I?
Sure.
So I'm in year 5 on council, so this is probably the 3rd time we've had this. And generally, what I've seen is when something like this comes up, we have a discussion. There's a couple people that have made a complaint, okay? And I've heard just as many people say, don't you dare slow down the speed limit, okay? Because they like where the speed limit is. So there's not a consensus across the city that says we're going too fast. The data says we're not going too fast, okay? The accident rate, 30 accidents in the neighborhood streets over 3 years, say we don't have a problem, okay? The average speeds that we've got say we don't have a problem. The heat map, not heat map, but the accident data on your street says there's not a problem, okay? So there's a lot of what looks like something, but there's nothing when you dig into the data. And you can say you don't believe the data. Well, you know, it's the old thing, you're going to believe your lying eyes, okay? We've got to have data. So where I'm going is every time we brought it up, we get the data, and then there's no consensus to make any decisions on it because there's no decision to be made. There's no consensus, okay? It's good to have the discussion. There's no consensus. I do think if there's ways to, again, calm it. I like the idea from a safety, traffic stops, look at areas individually, but we don't have to change speed limits. But we can address things. I mean, who brought up the idea of putting yellow lines down Lakeside? Narrow the street a little bit, okay? That will slow people down because they're watching it. Educate, okay? So people know that you're on a neighborhood street. Kids, okay, watch closely. I watch for squirrels. I watch for kids because I'm walking and driving it every day. So there's other things that we can do safety versus there's no one answer that says let's change the speed limit because the data does not support it. That's my position.
Anything else for anybody? Okay.
Thank you.
Chief?
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Moving on, number 3, clarification of consent or action items listed on today's City Council meeting agenda. Does anybody have a need for clarification on anything? Kevin, did you want to offer any unsolicited clarification
I was not
on
going
a
to
specific
offer
item?
anything unsolicited tonight. But if you have questions, I think it's been communicated to the council with respect to the zoning case tonight. We do have sufficient protests from adjoining property owners that if that case is to be approved, it will require a supermajority vote of 6 council members to approve it. There is some questions we may get into procedurally if those 6 votes are not obtained. The zoning ordinance requires that if it's denied, in which case even 5 votes in favor would constitute a denial based on the state law requirements. The council would need to decide whether or not that is going to be a denial with or without prejudice. The difference in between the two, if it's with prejudice, then what that would mean is that the same or substantially similar zoning case could not come back and be presented again for at least 6 months. If it's without prejudice, it would mean basically the applicant could return with an application virtually immediately and begin the process again. So, but because of the supermajority requirement, it's going to be procedurally a little tricky with respect, because normally you would approve to, say it's a motion to approve, it only obtains 5 votes, effectively is a majority. Normally you wouldn't say approve with or without prejudice. It's always a denial with or without prejudice. So probably if that happens, what we'll probably do is request that a separate vote be a follow-up second vote be taken, should the 6 votes not be obtained for approval, the separate vote be taken in order to have the council then say, is the denial with or without prejudice? I think it'll make the record a lot cleaner if we do it as a separate vote in that case.
So Kevin, is the with or without prejudice vote, is that a simple majority, or does that have
That would be a simple majority vote.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
And just to clarify, when you say that if it were with prejudice, there could not be another similar, that you're only talking about this particular applicant?
Well, no.
Or this site.
Particular zoning case, another rezoning case for this property consisting of
Okay, that's where I was-
substantially the same zoning request could not have happened for at least 6 months.
That's what I was looking for. Okay.
So it really applies to the nature of the zoning case, not the applicant.
Right, okay. That's where I was going. Anybody need any further clarification? Okay, last call, clarification for any other items on the agenda? If not, we have to go into closed session. So I will gavel us into closed session at 7 o'clock on the dot.
And if you'll read the agenda item.
Oh, yeah.
Please.
I always forget that part. Item number 4, hold a closed meeting in accordance with the following sections of Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with city attorney concerning pending or contemplated litigation, and on any regular session or work session agenda item requiring confidential attorney-client advice necessitated by the deliberation or discussion of said item as needed, or Section B, Section 551.074, personnel, deliberate the employment and evaluation of city manager and city secretary. And we're 7 o'clock in closed session. We'll go to the conference. So first, I have to close our closed session. We exited closed session at 7:25, and then we'll close early work session at 7:34. And now our mayor for the day is going to gavel us into our regular meeting. So you'll say, "I call this meeting to order," and then hit it really hard. Okay? Here you go. It's your turn.
I call this meeting to order.
Good job. Good job. This is our mayor for the day, Eva. She is a first grade student at Highland Village Elementary, my elementary alma mater. So go Vikings, right? All right.
I second that.
Yeah. So first, this is welcome to Highland Village City Council meeting for March the 28th, 2023. The meeting's called to order, and let the record show all council members are present, including our mayor for the day, Eva Butler. Now we'll go to prayer led by members representing Valley Creek Church. And we could use a good one.
All right. I have a feeling that might be the case. So first, over the leaders and really just the citizens in this room, I just declare over you Psalm 78, where it says, "And David led them with integrity of heart and skillful hands, he would lead them." And so, God, as we just invite you into our night tonight, we just declare that integrity of heart and skillful hands for all the leaders in this room. Will you just be right in the middle of everything that happens and is said? May this be a place of wisdom, of peace, of clarity, of decision making that honors you, God. And so we just pray that over the entire evening. Right now, we just invite you into this session and over our entire city. Thank you that you are part of all of this, our experience in North Texas and Highland Village and all this area, because so many people carry the hope of you, God, in their hearts and the hope of heaven in their lives. And so I just declare a really good night, even though I'm sure it'll be a lot to discuss and a lot to work through. We know we want to do all of that in honor and integrity and in a way that just reflects your love, God. So that's what I declare over this time and over this entire meeting. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. And before we get to the pledge, I just want to, on a personal note, your church, you and your leadership have been a very good friend to me since I've been on council and as mayor. So thank you. So now we'll do Mr. Heslop will lead us in the pledge.
Yes, sir.
To the Texas flag and the U.S. flag.
I pledge allegiance to the
United
flag
States
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, thank you, Mr. Heslop. Next item on the agenda, number 8, mayor and council reports. Members of council can report on items of community interest pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0415. The city council may report on the following items: expression of thanks, congratulations, or condolences, information about holiday schedules, recognition of individuals, reminders about upcoming city council events, information about community events, and announcements involving imminent threat to public health and safety. Does anybody have anything they want to report?
I do.
Mr. Heslop.
Chief, I want to commend your police department. I had an interesting experience about a week and a half ago. I got up in the morning and my phone, when I turned on my phone, it had the little SOS up here, and I'm going, what is that? So I start punching the buttons. I don't have any idea what it is. So next thing I know, I'm in the shower, and I hear my dog barking. And I'm thinking my dog is barking at somebody walking, and so I put on, somewhat appropriate attire, and I kind of sneak out there, and right at the minute I get to the front door, I see this flashlight coming through my window, and I'm going, oh my gosh, I'm getting robbed. Next thing I know is I hear the front door knock, and I open the door a little bit. Of course, I have on no short and, just the basics, and there's one of your finest and another one of his brothers going, Mr. Heslop, "Are you okay?" I said, "Of course I am." I said, "What did I do?" "Well, you kept punching on your phone and you got an SOS and somebody hung up, but your police department has seen me at my very best." And, you know, I know.
You're in your house and not in a golf cart.
That is true. But I do want to commend the two gentlemen that showed up, because they showed up very quickly, obviously, and it proves that our system works. So congratulations to you guys.
Anybody else? All right, I got a couple things. First off, I want to commend Marcus girls and boys soccer. They are both moving forward in the playoffs. I think the girls won area last night. I can't remember where the boys are yet. I think they're a couple of days behind them. But they're both fantastic soccer. I'm not a soccer guy, but they're both fantastic soccer teams. And so they're moving forward in the playoffs. Wish them all the best. And then another shout out to police. About a month ago, I did a ride along with our police department on a busy Friday night, and I rode with Officer Foskey, who's a fellow Georgia Bulldog. Go Dogs. He was great to ride with, Chief. Great to ride with. Did a great job. Covered all the bases he was supposed to cover that night, doing traffic as well as helping to bust up a teenage drinking party, which that was quite an experience. Seeing them the way they did that really, really well. I think Councilman Nelson can testify to this. He can testify. Folks, this was a group of about 20 kids in a house next door to another police officer. How smart is that? But they had these kids, they lined them up, they gave them the option to do a breath test. Most of the kids took the option. If they blew above the legal limit, they had a phone call to their parents. Parents came into the street, they had them in a different line, and just issuing the citation, you can go. And it was like clockwork. It was just a well-oiled machine the way they handled it. They handled it with a lot of dignity and compassion for these kids. And so just really a great evidence as to how great our police officers are with our residents, and in particular with our young residents. So just wanted to give you that. I think you had something.
Sorry, Mayor, thank you for those accolades. You probably were going to announce this, but I didn't want to miss it. The upcoming event, McAuliffe's
Chili Cook-Off.
Chili
Cook-Off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please, if you want to elaborate on that.
Well, I don't want to run over what you're competing in. I'm competing in the mayor's chili cook-off competition, and the other two mayors have bowed out. They're afraid. They're afraid so Highland Village is going to win. So I'm gonna have Mayor France come and hand deliver the trophy. If I can, I'm gonna get him to wear a tutu and wave a magic wand. I may get Charlotte to loan him the tutu. So, yeah.
Great, and I'm glad we're not competing against you. But HVPD has, with the support of Councilmember Nelson and his wife, we have a booth and are putting up the chili. And apparently, Flower Mound wants to compete against us. So we need a little help.
Bring it.
Bring it. Thank you.
Bring a bowl. It'll take all night. Last thing, I have a proclamation to share for our mayor for the day. Let me get that out. You're going to have to grab this and carry it with you, okay? This is your parting gift. I promise it's not as good as the bag they gave you. Come on with me. So a little piece of trivia. Eva here, her sister was mayor for the day about a year ago. So I'm a pretty competitive person. I don't know if anybody's noticed that yet. So I told her when I met her this afternoon, you can go back and y'all can debate whether you had more fun with me or your sister had more fun with Mayor Wilcox. And then I slipped her a 20. No, I didn't. I'm just kidding.
We're asking a question you don't know the answer to.
I'm going to give you this copy. This is your copy. You can take it home. You can get it put in a frame. It's got my autograph. That's worth absolutely nothing on eBay. There you go. So, proclamation. Whereas the city of Highland Village is served by and is proud to support the Louisville Independent School District, and whereas the city of Highland Village recognizes that current LISD students are the future leaders of our city, county, state, and nation, and whereas Highland Village Elementary School, go Vikings, has provided Highland Village students in grades kindergarten through 5th grade with a high-quality education, and whereas the city of Highland Village offered a Mayor for the Day opportunity to one lucky student, and Highland Village Elementary 1st grade student Eva Butler was the successful recipient, congratulations. Now therefore, on behalf of the City Council and City staff, I, Daniel Jaworski, Mayor of the City of Highland Village, do hereby congratulate and recognize Eva Butler as Mayor for the day in the City of Highland Village on March the 28th, 2023, which happens to be my birthday. So, it's been so fun having you. I'll get down on a knee where they can take pictures. Good job. So who was more fun, police or fire? Ah! Didn't say you. Come back up. Are you want to? Oh, are you gonna exit? Okay, here. When you give me your microphone, you want to take your microphone off? Yeah. You want to run up and get your little bag? Thank you. I like your boots. It was a pleasure. Have fun, all right. Tell your sister that you had more fun than she did. Yeah, okay.
As soon as she gets home.
Okay, see ya.
Thank you.
I'm sure Charlotte's going to text me. All right, no, item number 9, city manager and staff reports. I don't think we have a video, but Mr. Stevens, I think you had something, correct?
Mayor, I do have a couple of announcements, but first I want to make an introduction. We're fortunate right now that we have an intern that is working with us, and she's attending our meeting tonight. Srahita Kanamataridi is here tonight. She is a junior at Flower Mound High School, and we told her this would be a great opportunity to see Democracy in Action to attend tonight. So we really had a great time with her attending us, and she's going to be with us through early May, I believe. So
this is a great opportunity.
Get some ideas for future careers. So
this is a great opportunity to see Democracy in Action tonight.
That it is.
It really is.
And a couple of events I want to tell you about. Of course, this Saturday is the Easter egg hunt. The hunt begins promptly at 10. If you've ever been there before, you better get there early. The Easter Bunny's going to be there to hand out photos. We'll be on hand for photos. You can bring your own camera as well. We'll have special prize eggs, face painting, bounce houses, and free ice cream treats. And the hunt's for toddlers through 10-year-olds. April 29th, we have our paper shredding event, and that's from 2 to 5 p.m. at Pollitt Knoll Park, and is for Highland Village residents only. And then lastly, the Highland Village Art Festival will take place at the Shops at Highland Village on Saturday, May 6th. And this event features gallery quality artists, art activities for the kids, and live music. So hopefully everyone can attend that. And that's all I've got.
All right, thank you, sir. Item number 10 is visitor comments. Anyone wishing to address City Council must complete a speaker's request form and return it to the City Secretary. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the City Council is restricted in discussing or taking action on items not posted on the agenda. Action on your statement can only be taken at a future meeting. In order to expedite the flow of business and to provide all visitors the opportunity to speak, the mayor may impose a 3-minute limitation on any person addressing the City Council. A 30-minute time allotment is set aside for this section, and the remaining speakers will be heard at the end of the action agenda. Mrs. Miller, I think you have a stack. I will ask that everybody, we have the clock running. I will ask that everybody try to do their best to keep to that 3 minutes, since we have, I think, a number of speakers.
The top 2 want to speak. These 2 don't want to speak.
Oh, so we only have 2 that want to speak?
For visitor comments.
Oh, for visitor comments. Okay, that's correct. Okay. All right, so first in line, Mr. Bates. And if you don't mind, just state your name and address.
Yeah, my name is Jason Bates. I live on 3040 Lakeside Drive, and I'd like to start off by saying thank you for the early session where you guys approached or received reports on the issue of residential speed limits. That's the thing I brought up at the last City Council meeting, and I appreciate the efforts there. I do think that the data provided is rudimentary at best and is too narrowly focused. I appreciate the focus that's been put on Lakeside Drive and Hillside where I live, but the problem I see is one that's endemic to all of Highland Village, and one that could use a solution from this council to make our streets safer still. Now, during your early session, it was brought up like, are we looking for a solution that will prevent anything from happening, or a perfect solution? No, we're not looking for a perfect solution. I'm after a solution that makes our city safer in general, overall. That's why we have school zones. Do they stop things from happening by schools? No, but we have them there to mitigate risk to our children and the other pedestrians within our city limits. So that's what I'm after. I hope that even with the data in mind and certain mitigations in mind that we can continue this conversation, that in the future we might have a forum, more data, more surveys done to have a better, well-informed decision that we can make about the safety of our city, which I think does involve the residential speed limits, controlling the larger group of drivers that follow the law, but maybe driving too fast on certain streets. But again, thank you so much for the time that you've already spent, and I hope that we'll have a motion at the end of this to pursue this further. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Elizabeth Stastny.
Hi there. I'm Elizabeth Stasny, owner at 931 Inverness. Our City Works department recently cut down about 40 or more trees along the northwestern side of the Walmart Trail, allegedly because it was infringing on its fence. In New Zealand, where I'm from, the concept of kaitiakitanga means stewardship of the land and the natural resources in your care, and it's carefully upheld. Now, I fully realize that New Zealand and Texas are a world apart in most ways, but I have been to enough Texas state parks to know that conservation and preservation of our natural resources is something that Texans feel strongly about too. Now, I'm no engineer, but it doesn't take much common sense to recognize that all 40 or so of those precious trees were probably not the problem. Why is our city actively spending our money destroying resources here that people treasure? The green spaces and the trees that make us uniquely Highland Village. I bring this to your attention as stewards of our great city to prevent this from happening again. If the city doesn't receive oversight from you on the values and preferences of its citizens, on the things that residents hold dear, all is lost. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We did have a couple of forms that were submitted by people who did not want to speak, but they did want their comments recorded. Natalie Schock at 3035 Wood Hollow submitted a form supporting the lowering of speed limits throughout the city, as did Guy Ferretra at 2380 Glen Ridge, again wanting to lower speed limits in support of that, but did not want to speak. So thank you for submitting your forms. Moving on, we have consent agenda. All items in the consent agenda are considered for approval by a single motion and a vote without discussion. Each council member has the option of removing an item from this agenda so that it may be considered separately and/or adding any item from the action agenda to be considered as part of the consent agenda items. The items on consent tonight are number 11, consider approval of the minutes of the regular city council meeting held on February 28, 2023. Number 12, receive budget reports for period ending January 31st, 2023. Number 13, receive annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year 2021-2022. And number 14, consider resolution 2023-3053, adopting the Denton County Hazard Mitigation Action Plan, or HAZMAP, and authorizing incorporation of said plan into the city's emergency operations plan. Is there any discussion needed for any of the agenda items in consent? Hearing none. Would anybody like to make a motion? Mr. Heslop?
Yes, as a proud lumberjack of Stephen F. Austin State University, I move that we approve items 11 through 14 on the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll simply second that.
There is a complicated motion and a simple second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Moving into action items, item number 15, we did meet in closed session and we did take action pursuant to the second item on the list, section 551.074, personnel deliberate the employment and evaluation of the city manager and city secretary.
Yes, I have two motions I'd like to make. I'll start with the first one. I move that the mayor be authorized to sign an amendment to the city manager's employment agreement effective October 1st, 2023, increasing the city manager's base salary by 4%, in addition to any city pay adjustment that may be approved for all city employees as part of the 2023-2024 fiscal year budget.
A motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lombardo. Anyone with a second? Second by Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Kicksmiller. Any discussion necessary? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries 7-0. Second motion.
Then I would like to move that the mayor be authorized to sign an amendment to the city secretary's employment agreement effective October 1st, 2023, including the city secretary's base salary by 4% in addition to any city pay adjustment that may be approved for all city employees as part of the 2023-2024 fiscal year budget.
A motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lombardo. Anybody with a second? Councilman Fiorenza, he beat you. With a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Congratulations, and thank you both for everything you do, I'll say publicly. And I also would like to make a point, and I think everybody on council will back me up with this, regarding our city manager. He's taken a number of darts, especially over the last year and a half, with respect to some decisions that we're having to make about the future of our city. When we hired Paul 2.5 years ago, the first charge we gave him was we need to find new sources of revenue, come up with some visionary ideas, and we had a planning retreat where he laid out a vision. And that vision is what we expected. It's what council expected, and council should be taking those darts, not Mr. Stevens. So if for those that have issues with any of these decisions, you should blame us, not him, because he's just doing what we charged him to do. So thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Moving on to number 16, conduct a public hearing and consider ordinance 2023-1301, amending the city's comprehensive zoning ordinance from SF40 residential zoning district to a planned development overlay district for townhome use relating to a 4.364 plus or minus acre tract of land located in the F. Hyatt Survey, abstract number 559, commonly known as 102 Barnett Boulevard. This is the first of two reads. Mr. Kristen will kick it off.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The city has received an application from Mr. Dusty Broadway of Broadway Builders requesting a change for the current zoning 3.96 plus acre tract of the 102 Barnett Boulevard property, which is currently zoned as SF40. The planned development overlay district would be attached single-family townhomes consisting of 39 lots. Townhomes would be required to have a minimum of 2,242 square feet of air-conditioned space, 2 dedicated garage spaces, a driveway with 2 dedicated parking spaces, and not to exceed a height of 35 feet, typical of a 2-story dwelling. In addition to the 78 parking spaces contained in the garages and 2 additional parking spaces in the driveways, there will be an additional 10 parking spaces within the development. Garage doors must be designed to appear like a carriage-style design with hardware. 5-foot wide sidewalk will be constructed along eastern boundary property line along Barnett Boulevard in the public right-of-way. Each unit will have a 4-foot tall wrought iron fence in backyard, an 8-foot tall cedar fence, board on board, fashioned along the east side of the existing fence adjacent to the western boundary of the property would be installed. The developer would be required to preserve the existing trees on the western property line as shown on the proposed landscape plan. The internal streets would be 24-foot fire lanes within the development and would be privately maintained. The homeowners, property owners association must be established at the time of approval of the plat of the property to maintain common areas. Before I go further, I'm going to say this is not a plat approval. This is a request to change the zoning of the area with a concept plan and ordinance. The planned development overlay district meets the minimum standards for a freestanding district with the exception to the open space requirement. Open space required would be 46,800 square feet. This proposal has an open space provided is 33,308 square feet. A little bit of history on this site. On June 1st, 2022, the townhome project was presented to P&Z and the item was tabled. The application that presented then went back August 16th to P&Z, which voted that with a recommendation of denial. The applicant chose not to take the application forward to City Council. So on February 21st, this new application that you're reviewing today of a townhome project was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission. The commission voted to send the application forward to City Council with a 3-2 vote with the following modifications: adding the concept plan and explanation on how the utilities would be provided, adding a topographic map to the concept plan, and providing the 8-foot perimeter fence on the western side of the property. This item does require a public hearing. However, I would ask that you allow the developer consulting firm to give their presentation prior to opening the public hearing, so we have all the information. I'd like to introduce Nikki Moore with Moore Consulting, and she will provide you with their presentation, and then I'll come back up and close out.
I think Councilman
I've got a
Kingsmill has-
question before you sit down.
Yes.
I've seen two different numbers on the tract. The ordinance calls out 3.96 acres. Numerous times over the last year, I've seen 4.364 acres. Which number is correct?
I think the 3.96 acres is the property purchased. The additional to the 4.6 would be platted as public right-of-way when the platting phase happens.
I mean, is it,
It's part of the Barnett right away.
it's right away?
It will be during the platting process.
But I mean, who owns that property?
Right now, Mr. Broadway would own it.
So
But it's already subject to the existing street. That's where the
the developer bought 4.364 acres. He's going to develop 3.96 acres.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Nikki?
Dan, I have one quick question.
Oh, Tom?
Hey, Scott, just one quick clarification question. Aside from the open space, does this project meet all of our ordinances? Check the box all the way through?
This project meets a PD overlay district.
A PD overlay.
Freestanding district,
Okay,
with the exception of the open space requirement.
which is what we're voting on tonight.
You're voting on a zoning request change with the concept plan.
Okay, so then one more time, I'm just going to ask, does this meet all of our ordinances?
and I had to make the same clarification with Planning and Zoning Commission. The developer, except for the open space, this could be, except for the open space requirement, this could have been treated as a freestanding townhome district.
Right.
It satisfies all of this requirements for the freestanding townhome district, but because it doesn't meet the open space requirements, which the developer is attempting to address through the way they're handling the backyard areas. But we can't count those backyard areas as open space because it has to be open to basically everybody in the community, and it's not. But for that, and because of that, we're treating this as an overlay district.
Gotcha.
So we've had to go through and do add a lot of requirements and language in this ordinance that constitute differences. It does not meet the underlying base zoning district for SF40. I believe that's what it is, SF40. And therefore all the standards that are in the draft ordinance are the differences from the base standards for SF40. So, I mean, that sounds a little confusing, but if this were a townhome district as freestanding and they had just a little bit more space to meet the open space requirements, we could have done this as a freestanding, freestanding PD.
Hence, because of that, we had to go to the overlay.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, thank you, Scott.
Good evening, Nikki Moore. I was hired by Broadway Builders to be an independent zoning consultant on this case. My background is in municipal government. I wanted to be a city manager at some point, and land development. And so I stand before you here today excited to present to you Whitestone Village. I feel like this project has gone through quite a transformation to the point that we're presenting to you here today. And so with that, we'll just kind of begin with the end in mind. What I like to do on any project when I start out is really just to take that 10,000 bird's eye view and kind of zoom out and do more of a planning analysis on what fits here, what looks good, taking into account what it's surrounded in the community. Lower this, apologize. And so first off, we kind of look at the comprehensive plan. So City of Highland Village just recently approved a new comprehensive plan. One of the recommendations in that plan was calling out a need to have that medium density residential between 4 and 12 units per acre. And also thinking about that community for a lifetime and there was a need for a diverse and different housing products for different stages of life. And so when I think about this, I think it's important to personify, what kind of resident are we attempting to capture here. And when we talk about a townhome development, I think about a family who has raised their kids here in Highland Village, but they are ready to maybe have a little bit more of a lock and leave lifestyle, to travel, to not necessarily have a yard or some of the maintenance requirements of their previously larger home, but they want to stay in the community that they've fallen in love with, attend church and whatnot. I could also see this being a resident who grew up here in Highland Village. They're a young professional. They want to move back to where they came from to be close to family, but they don't want that large home yet. And so they want something that's a little bit more manageable in terms of maintenance and square footage and whatnot. I also think about, sadly, maybe someone who has to put their loved one in the assisted living next door, who would want to have a place living close by where they could visit, several times a day, not just once or twice a week. And so I think it's just important to think about what are we trying to attract here? What are we trying to draw in this area? And so when I also look at this exhibit, I see, a little bit of a donut with a hole in it. It's surrounded by single-family homes, about 8,000 square feet. We have the PD commercial along Justin Road, which is extremely appropriate. That's where you want to concentrate your commercial. But I see just a small urban infill site that is ripe for a smaller scale housing residential development of the same scale as the surrounding neighborhood. And so what Broadway Builders is suggesting is they're proposing a 39 single-family luxury townhomes for sale. Each townhome has a front entry garage, which allows us to optimize the significant backyard space for residents to enjoy. This is not typical of an aspect that you would find in a townhome development. In addition, all of these townhomes are 3 bedrooms, and 60% of them have the master downstairs, which is also extremely desirable maybe for that empty nester who wouldn't want to climb the stairs every day. And I didn't really know this until I did some research, but 60% of 2-story homes in America have the master upstairs. Even at P&Z, I mentioned I'm designing a new home to build, and we are going to put our master up. And so you have a lot of new people coming to the housing market. And so developers and those who are designing homes and places to live are thinking about the next generation of home buyers. And those are the people who are in junior high, high school, and even college now. And they've been living upstairs in your houses their whole lives. They don't mind living upstairs. So that's kind of what the market is finding, and the market's driving toward this. So I do want to point out that Mr. Broadway has made some significant changes from the first application. And we kind of went back and we listened and we analyzed to what the surrounding neighbors kind of had to say and given their feedback on our previous zoning submission. And so significant changes were made to our site plan. And so this now, as we discussed earlier, complies with the City of Highland Village's ordinances, with the exception of the open space, which I'll kind of explain further. But right off the bat, we greatly reduced the townhomes from 60 to 39 units, and that lends to a 35% reduction right off the bat. Greatly increased the square footages of these homes, which allowed for that primary bedroom downstairs. Parking. Changing the site plan around to allow front entry garages allows 2 enclosed space in the garage plus 2 additional off-street parking in the driveway. And we've also programmed 10 guest spaces throughout the community in an effort to keep that fire lane open and to take away the parking on the street. In terms of open space, we have provided the 33,308 in open space that is common open space. We have an additional 23,350 square feet of open space, but it's in a private backyard. And so we're programming a 4-foot tall iron fence to separate those backyards. So in the spirit of the open space, you'll have that visual continuity as residents, but we feel like the open space was pointing back to a multifamily code, and this is a for-sale housing product. And so we felt like the space would be more desirable in terms of having a private space where you could keep your pets and whatnot in your own yard per se, since you were buying a lot, since they'd be platted as fee simple, that would be a more desirable use of the open space. And so hopefully that kind of explains further as to why we're not directly meeting the open space requirement that's in the multifamily code. In addition, all of the yards will be maintained by the HOA, so you have a consistent manicured look as you drive through the development. You don't have to worry about this neighbor mows his grass on Sunday and this neighbor grows his grass on Wednesday. So it'll have a nice manicured look all at one time, which I think is important when you have this kind of smaller scale development. And I know one of the requests of planning and zoning was to install another layer of fencing on top of the neighbor's fence. After having a couple of discussions with the neighbors, I don't believe that is most desirable. I think what is most desirable is that we are making every effort to preserve and protect those trees along the western boundary line. And so by just going in there and cleaning the underbrush and protecting those trees, we have a better chance of helping those trees survive through the development. And I don't believe that adding the extra fence is desirable to the neighbors. And so we'll kind of leave that up to you to decide, but I wanted to let you know that that was a discussion, and we've been having those conversations with the neighbors. Next up, as we kind of drill down, I want to focus on just the quality of this design and construction of these townhomes. What you have here is a 12-foot roof pitch that far exceeds most residential design requirements of a 612 roof pitch. 10-foot ceiling plate heights. This is really going to come into play when you step into these townhomes and they feel larger and open because you have those extra feet of space. The brick and stone detailing around the windows and doors, in addition to the carriage-style garages, really just add to the front architectural detailing. These are beautiful. They're consistent with other Highland Village architecture, and they will age well. One of the points of contention as well at planning and zoning, and one of the things that the commissioners were concerned about, was just protecting these townhomes from becoming a part of an institutional investor's portfolio, like rental portfolio. And so the developers also agreed in placing limiting ownership percentages into the HOA docs, and also adding that there'll be no short-term rentals covenants in the HOA. So this ensures that these townhomes will stay a part of the home ownership pool here in Highland Village, keeping with that diversity of housing for home ownership. Next, I do want to compliment the developer. I've had a chance to work on a lot of floor plans with other developers and personally, and I just want to say that they're well-designed floor plans. Their layouts are intentional. They're going to really draw in that long-term value that I think that you hope to see here in a Highland Village resident. In this first one, we have just under 2,300 square feet. This is the floor plan that has the primary downstairs, but you're still able to accommodate quite a large living, kitchen, dining area, in addition to having the utility downstairs. And then upstairs, what I love about this space is you have your other 2 bedrooms and another family retreat, plus another flex area that could be used as a home office, as a lot of us work from home now. It could even, because it does have a window and a closet, be possibly used as like a small nursery as well. So lots of different options. This floor plan, really, really well done. This next one is the entertainer's dream, I call it. You should call it that when you're marketing. But all of the bedrooms are upstairs, so that really lends to this expansive downstairs space for your living and kitchen and dining, in addition to a covered outdoor patio with that half bath downstairs, and then all of the other bedrooms upstairs with the utilities where they would be most convenient for the homeowner. One of the items that repeatedly came up in the first submission and feedback from the residents was just the impact to school traffic, since our road does dead end into a school traffic. And I show this slide to just kind of reiterate the minimal impact that 39 townhomes would have on the 7 to 8 a.m. peak hour. And so we use across the state of Texas, we use the ITE trip generation manual. And what that says is it provides, during that peak hour, you get basically a half a car per townhome in that 1 hour is what it would produce on average. And so you kind of back that into that hour, and you're only adding 1 car trip every 3 minutes. The hope is, though, too, is that with this development, we are dedicating the right-of-way, and the developer is, right now, that section of Barnett does not have a continuous sidewalk. The sidewalk ends at the assisted living. And so with the development, at the developer's expense, dedicating the right-of-way and continuing to install that sidewalk, which I believe promotes school safety, so that those kids are walking, riding their bikes, staying on the sidewalk, and then hopefully our residents are not necessarily getting in their car but they're walking their kids to school should they have any school-age children that would be attending that school. Also, a traffic study was completed by the city, and it was determined that that intersection did not warrant a traffic light, and that FM 407 still had capacity for over 10,000 more vehicles, which we would not be adding with our 39 townhomes. Okay, and lastly, I think this kind of goes back to comprehensive plan. I think overall goals of the city, looking for those creative spaces to add vision and revenue for ongoing ongoing endeavors. I see in your comprehensive plan, there's just this plethora of want for trails and more park and pedestrian network, and all of that costs money to develop. And so bringing in creative ways of revenue is also important. So when I look at this site and I look at other uses, in the planning world, we call this, the highest and best use analysis. And I think it's important to realize that on a 4-acre tract, roughly, your highest use is going to be multifamily. Is that the best use for this site? I don't believe so. And I think the neighbors would agree with me on that one. And so, we kind of start looking at other uses that would generate taxable revenue for the city. And so if we think about breaking this down into a couple of single-family homes, maybe 3 or 4, that would only generate about $5 to $7 million in revenue, as would maybe a small office space. And so that's really not maybe the best use of revenue for the city. Whereas these 39 townhomes at an average cost of $538,000, that generates quite a bit of year-over-year annual revenue. And I think there's all something that we can get behind that revenue would support, whether that's going to be paying our city staff to continue offering the best services. Is it our police and fire? Is it innovative programs through parks and recreation for our children and our youth? Is it parks and trails, protecting the trees? I think there's something that we all can get behind that year-over-year revenue would take to support those endeavors in the general fund. I think also too, it's just really important to recognize and point out that, Mr. Broadway has really graciously tried to approach any homeowner who wanted to have a sit down. There's one homeowner that backs up adjacent to us who is in support. Another one sat down, we kind of talked about what is the most important thing. I think the beauty of the zoning process, specifically doing a PD, is it ends up kind of being, it's a negotiation, right? It's finding that common ground of what's going to be palpable to everyone. And I look at all of the changes we've made to the site plan after listening to the neighbors' feedback, and I truly believe that we put together a very thoughtful, compromised site plan. I've kind of asked the neighbors, what is your most important thing? How can we protect? How can we address your most important? One of the neighbors specifically, it's trees. She wanted to protect the trees. Mr. Broadway has absolutely agreed that any tree on site, when we do our official tree survey, if it is in a space where we can preserve it, open space, it will be preserved. Keeping the tree line along the western boundary for privacy, it also benefits the future residents of these townhomes as well. And so I think taking all those into consideration, we've really put forth a great plan in working with the surrounding community. And I'm happy to answer any further questions that you might have.
Did you have something? Your light's on.
That's left on.
Mr. Fiorenza.
I do have a couple of questions for you, if you will, please.
Yes, sir.
Regarding the HOA restricting rental units, have they provided you with any idea of what those restrictions are going to be? Number of units that are restricted to it, percentages, or anything?
Yeah, I think that's all open. I think if we want to, reduce it to like 2%, I would say, if someone could own up to 2 homes within the development, I think that might be reasonable, because you might have a homeowner who's purchasing it for their family member or something living next door or whatnot. And so, if we want to limit that to a percentage that lays out to 2, I think that is reasonable. I think in terms of short-term rentals, that's usually no leases less than 6 months would be considered short-term. And so anything over that is technically considered more long-term and consistent with a normal Texas lease.
And those will be in the HOA documents, the restrictions?
Yes.
And that is up for negotiation between the city and the developer?
Yes.
Okay.
We are willing to make those in order to, because these are for sale. And I would tell you that for a person who might be looking for a rental investment portfolio, this price point's a little rich for that. They're more or less kind of coming in. They want homes that they can put a little work into and really increase that value over time, where this would be a new build. And so this would not necessarily be as attractive to that portfolio investor at this price point. This is really for sale.
The concern here is the majority of citizens, as well as I think myself, don't want these units to be turned into rentals. This is specifically for homeowners.
Yes.
And that's what we're looking for, is homeownership.
And we are willing to provide the city with the tools and the teeth, the proverbial teeth per se, to protect that investment and that incentive to keep these for the home ownership pool of Highland Village.
Mm-hmm. And the mention of trees.
Yes, sir.
You've hit on that a couple of times. Have they already designated certain trees that need to be removed or are in the path of the residential lots that would have to be removed?
No, sir. So should this proceed forward with an approval, then the next step is to do the tree survey and to begin the engineering design. And so as of right now, we know that along that western boundary, having a 20-foot building offset is going to allow us to safely say that we're going to be able to protect those trees from development along the western boundary. And then also feel fairly confident on the northern boundary that's in between the school kind of playground area and the development, trying to keep as many trees of those as possible, because it benefits the future resident of this development as well as the surrounding community to have fresh air, keep the wildlife that they want, to promote, and to also just continue to promote and be good stewards of the nature.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Heslop.
Yes. All right. So I asked this question the last time you were here. I hope you have the right answer this time. Do you have your financing?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm going to tell everybody why I asked that question. A lot of guys in my business will come to us and ask for approvals, but they haven't gone to planning and zoning, they haven't gone to city council, and they waste a lot of our time getting and going through the action, the underwriting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, obviously, this particular community has had a lot of discussion points on it and a lot of questions. And I commend you for getting that financing up front, because if you hadn't, I would tell you that my vote would be absolutely no. okay? So at least you have a bank that's bought in and it is giving you the financing. The second thing I'll say is, speaking from experience, my bank has, because we're a smaller bank and a significant portion of our portfolio is rental houses, okay? There wouldn't be an investor, and we've got some very, very strong investors that would not even come close to touching this because of the price point. At $540,000, an investor wants to put the least amount of money that they can. So if that financing number is right around $500, your principal and interest over 30 years is going to be about $4,000 a month. You add taxes and insurance, and then any other fees that are financed in, you're talking a number of about $5. To make the numbers work, they're going to have to rent these properties for anywhere between $600 and $6,500 a month. Now, if we were living in Highland Park, Texas, those numbers would float, but up here in Highland Village, not even close. The max, we have rental houses in our neighborhood, and I know the price points on those when they bought them. They were in that $250,000 to $300,000 range. You can turn and rent those all day long. But yours, nah. I agree that we should put something in the HOA documents, but an investor who comes in here and buys one of these to rent is downright crazy. So that's all I'll say about that. It won't happen.
Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, a couple of questions. When I was looking at the concept plan for buildings 3, 4, and 5, is the entire backyard taken up by the 20-foot utility easement?
So the utility easement runs through their backyard,
So, okay, the
which
entire
is,
backyard.
it's pretty common for a for-sale product. A lot of for-sale homes have utility easements running through their backyard.
Right, I was just curious on the entire backyard, because I have an easement, and the back of mine is probably about 5 feet, 10
Yes.
feet. Okay.
In this case, yes, sir.
Are there going to be central fire alarms or sprinklers, or is it just individual?
So they will be built to the IBC code that's been adopted by your city, which I'm pretty sure just requires 2-hour rated firewalls.
Okay. And are there going to be central trash bins, or is it going to be individual on a unit-by-unit basis?
Individual, because they'll be platted as fee simple.
And are there any examples where Broadway has done a development like this in the past, that, a comparable product that
I
has
believe
been
this one
developed?
would be unique.
Yeah, I haven't done anything like this. I have built I haven't done any like this, but I have built over 20,000 apartments in my tenure. I built a custom home down in Highland Park. I built the house I'm in. I built a barn dominium. So I've got a lot of experience building, but nothing like this. But compared to what I've done in the past, this is a piece of cake.
How do you ensure quality and success for this project?
I'm going to be on the job site every single day.
Might be a question for Scott. Was it a traffic study or a signal study that was done?
TxDOT performed a traffic warrant study for the intersection of 407 and Barnett. It did not warrant for a signal.
Was that done in relation to this project, or was that done?
It was done in relation to the first application of this project.
Anything else?
Are you going to build in phases? I mean, where would you start on the project? Obviously putting in streets, but the back buildings, the side buildings?
I would start on the north side by the school, and I would go from, I don't remember the building numbers, but from the school across the street, down, back up, and just work myself away all the way back towards the assisted living facility. And yes, it would probably be in phases unless there was enough pre-sale to where my bank would say, yeah, go with all of it.
Okay, can I ask?
Hold on. Robert has his light on.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it piggyed off of John's question, sorry.
Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, so what is the phasing requirement?
There is really no requirement. He just wants to have probably 6 or 8 as the first phase. Pre-sale probably would not matter at that point. Carrying forward, it would probably depend upon the sale of those.
Okay.
But they'll sell. I don't think there'll be an issue with that.
Is there any pre-sale requirements before you can start vertical?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
No, sir. And I want to clarify one thing that Mr. Nelson said. The 3 buildings with the backyard of the 20-foot, that is correct. But however, that is a utility easement back there. So I pushed those buildings out an extra foot to make 100% certain that those buildings would not encroach into that easement.
Mike? So the backyards are 20 foot.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and current SF8 zoning is 15 foot, correct? Unless it's against a public utility or public roadway. So this backyard exceeds SF8 zoning.
Yeah, the minimum backyard requirement for this particular PD is 20 foot, as well as the front yard. And so that's what I have.
I want to clarify that.
Right.
And that in the backyard, does the 20-foot go from the house all the way to the fence? Or is there some leeway in there?
No, sir, it goes from the house to the fence.
Okay, so it's 20-foot backyard to the...
It goes to the property line.
To the property line?
Right.
Okay. So
1
where
foot,
is
actually,
that?
I think it's 21 feet the way you're saying.
Yeah, I was going to say, so there's an extra
The
foot in
foundation is 1 foot off the 20-foot easement, so it's a 21-foot measurement from the foundation to the property line.
Okay, so it's
Could you
it's
pull
bigger.
that up on the screen? Was it part of the presentation that might be easier to? The
It's
one that
greater
shows the
than what is
layout.
required for an SF8 neighborhood.
I do not have what's required in the SF8.
Let me, I've got the ordinance here. For purposes of the lot, in an SF8, minimum lot depth is 100 feet, but as far as the yards go, the minimum rear yard, which effectively, what's that mean is the rear yard setback.
All right, setback.
Is 20 feet. If there's an alley. If there's not an alley, it's only 15 feet.
Okay, so this is greater than, you could have gone to 15 feet because there is no alley back
No,
there.
because we were trying to also meet the PD requirements for the freestanding
Okay,
district.
I get it.
Yeah, which requires.
I get it. I just want to make certain because around it is SF8. And
Yes.
so this meets and exceeds.
Yes.
It exceeds
SF8.
that, but we wouldn't have let them go past the
Okay.
20 foot
Okay.
to build on the easement.
Easement encroachment.
Yeah. My next question gets back to that .396. Where is that land?
Where does that land?
Where is that little piece of dirt that is not in the development but you own?
So it's going to be the right-of-way that has to be dedicated along Barnett Boulevard. So it's the parkway, the sidewalk, and then 1 foot in from the sidewalk
Okay,
into
so
the
that, all
development.
right, so that land is there.
Yes.
Let me
Okay.
just kind of, there's a little bit of history. I don't want to get into a lengthy history, but Barnett and its dedication historically has needed some cleanup because of the way access was initially granted for when the school was built. Was initially not even a street until ultimately the street was dedicated some years later or some point later. And it's just, the street got built and with, I believe, with the consent of the prior landowner, but it was, it never platted. And so there's some right-of-way cleanup that's having to happen here, as well as adding the additional land for the sidewalk area.
But the
Which would be
question is,
within the right-of-way.
if that land was retained into the development and dedicated green space, would that push it over the limit green space requirement? I think it would.
Yeah, I think it would get us very close.
Okay, I'm just going to say, so you're giving up the land to make a sidewalk for everyone to participate on?
Yes.
Instead of keeping it as green space dedicated to the development?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Mr. Feaster?
On the building elevations, the way the ordinance is written, the way I read it, it says maximum height of 35 feet.
Yes.
Now, if I scale this drawing, or at least the drawings we received, it was higher than 35 feet. So can you clarify where that 35-foot dimension is considered to be?
Yes.
The maximum height?
Per the City of Highland Village Code, the way it reads, it is measured to the average from the hip roof to the top peak. And so we are at 35 feet from grade to the average midpoint between the peak and the top plate.
Okay.
And that meets Highland Village's code.
Okay. Next question is, due to state law, the city of Highland Village cannot require a developer, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, to adhere to masonry standards within the city district unless they agree to a development agreement with the city to do so. Is Mr. Broadway willing to sign a development agreement promising to install masonry and stone and not?
Sir, let me clarify one thing. I know there's some disagreement with some other cities, but it's my opinion that that requirement would be the city to pay some consideration to obtain that agreement, whether that be through relief of building permits, through some payment of an incentive.
Is not a zoning overlay
in order to make that a binding
consideration?
agreement.
I mean, are we not negotiating right now?
Not unless you're willing to pay cash or relieve them of some permits.
Is it worth $1? I mean, all I'm looking for is this guarantee from the developer that the city can take to the bank that a year from now or 6 months from now, we're not going to get a Hardy Board townhome that we approved as a city council.
So right now, as a
when we saw brick and stone.
Yes,
right?
so as of right
100%
now,
brick and
it's
stone, I should say.
written to, it ties back to this exhibit, the elevation exhibits
Well,
that have
it
been
could
submitted.
substantially conform to it, but I could probably bet we could hire somebody to come up with a definition of what Hardy Board substantially conforms to masonry in lieu of stone or brick, right?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So,
You want to speak to that? Because I think we've already kind of discussed that.
I have Hardy Board
that
proposed.
was just an example.
I'm sorry?
That was just an example.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it, but
As a fascia, and that's
As
it.
anything, as a building material.
The whole project is masonry, 100%.
that's what we're looking at today.
Yes, sir,
Right?
it is.
But from what I heard, there's no guarantee that that is what we can see later on in the future, other than taking your word for it.
It will be 100%.
Then the ship has sailed at
Yeah.
that point.
And my understanding is what I go forward with today, elevations, it's the law, it's a rule. So I will not veer from that. It will be masonry.
Well, what's the law, Kevin?
Well, the law is, the way the ordinance is written, it has to look like that. But if he can do whatever kind of materials he can make it to look like that is all we can do. This is the edict from your legislators in Austin that has hamstrung cities from being able to legislate masonry standards that occurred 4 years ago.
Okay.
So thank you.
I think I made my point, but
That'll be an auto off.
I don't know where it's going to go, but anyways. I did send a list of questions to the city, which the city staff did answer for me. However, I did have some questions for probably the group here. So I'm going over some territory that you addressed earlier, but today before us is a zoning change for a PD overlay, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, a lot of the questions and concerns that I had that I addressed or asked the staff, the response was, this is not the correct stage, this is not the right time. We can handle that at the plat stage or the site planning stage or site plan approval.
Correct.
Is that correct? Now, once we start the platting process, that is more of a legal document, I would say. And as long as the developer adheres to the legal standards that the city has for that piece of property, we have very little say in what we can ask the developer to do at that point. Is that correct?
I defer.
That's correct. And what's more is the city council probably wouldn't see it because under our current subdivision regulations, Planning and Zoning Commission approves final plats. But that process includes process dealing with approval of civil drawings, civil plans relating to drainage, to meet our drainage standards, all of our utility requirements, the tree surveys that would have to be done with respect to make sure they're in compliance with our tree preservation ordinance. All of those other kinds of requirements come at the platting stage. While we can address some of them at zoning, for the most part, those are all design issues that don't occur at this stage. Highland Village has not adopted a development plat process. which would combine all of those elements into a single application. Highland Village, like many other cities, actually does not have that process, so we don't address a lot of those civil plan, public works details at this stage of the development process.
Okay. I'll yield back whatever time I had, and I may have some more questions when I think.
All right, Mr. Hessel.
Yeah, Robert, I want to answer your question to the change.
Do you have your mic
from?
on? Okay, yeah, you're good.
Am I?
Yeah, I just want to make sure your mic was on.
No, I'm sorry. I wanted to answer or give some further clarification to your comments about building materials. The way it works is the size of his loan, and I am just going to guesstimate. I don't know, make it clear, but I bet it's probably around the $15 to $18 million range. That approval goes up to a way higher committee than just a guy at my level, okay? First off, they approve the loan according to the plans and the specs and the budget that's been delivered. Secondly, they send that budget out to be reviewed, confirming that he can indeed build that project for the cost that he says it can be. Thirdly, they order an appraisal. Appraiser reviews all the plans and specs, and they give an appraised value accordingly. Each draw that he makes goes to the bank. They hire an outside third party that goes out and inspects it. Any deviation from the plans and the specs, A, have to be approved by the bank, which, by the way, they're not going to do it because they have to go all the way back up the ladder. Secondly, they're not going to do it because it compromises their loan to value. And their loan to value is based on a percentage advance rate against the appraised value. So if he changes anything, which they're not going to approve that he can, he will be in default of his loan.
Even if the change he's making lowers the cost of what he's building?
He can't do anything. He can't deviate from any step. Any change in his budget has to be approved by the proper proper authorities under which this amount falls. That's the way it works. We manage the business extremely tight, and especially you probably went to a larger bank. It's even tighter. So no, he won't be, even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to change it without going way up the ladder. And the guys that are way up the ladder are not going to approve any deviation from this type of project. Won't happen. Just won't. But I only speak having 40 years of experience in the business, so, you know.
Anything else?
No.
Anybody? Mr. Robert, you said you might have some more questions.
Yeah, if nobody else has anything, you're going to have to give me a
Here we go to
minute
public
here.
hearing.
Okay, then go to public. Can we have questions after public hearing?
Yes. All right, so
I got a little more, Mayor,
oh, you do? Okay.
before you
All right.
start the public hearing.
Proceed.
Since yesterday, March 27th, the city's received a petition of opposition, which met the criteria of the ordinance. So any voting of approval of this item, and we discussed in early work session, would require a supermajority vote of 6 to 7.
Everybody get that? Okay.
And I'm sure the city attorney can explain it again if you need to.
Fully understand.
Got it.
All public hearing notification requirements have been satisfied for this item. You have all the emails for and against on the dais with you. And with that,
Just to clarify something, because I did receive some text messages late last week and over the weekend regarding the notification process. And I already know the answers, but I'm doing this for the public. In providing the notice of public hearing to the residents within the 200-foot distance, did we do anything any differently this time than we have at any other notice of a public hearing ever before?
not to my knowledge.
Did we, the list of residents that received a notice of public hearing for this, was it the same list of residents that received one for the previous planning and zoning meeting and the 2 subsequent planning and zoning meetings last year?
Unless the property has changed hands, same.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd recommend holding a public hearing.
So we're going to go into a public hearing starting at 8:42. So correct me if I'm wrong, Mrs. Miller, as we go into a public hearing, there will be an opportunity for residents to speak. We have received a number of forms of residents who want to speak, as well as forms from residents who do not wish to speak, but do want to have their opinions recorded. So just like in our visitors' comments, anyone wishing to speak may do so, but you do have to fill out the speaker's request form. Speakers will not be permitted to speak about matters which are not germane to the item being considered. In order to expedite the flow of business and to provide everyone an opportunity to speak, there will be a 3-minute limitation on any person addressing City Council. During your 3 minutes, the timer light will remain green, and when you have 1 minute remaining, the light will turn yellow. When your time is up, it'll turn red. Please be respectful of everyone in attendance this evening. So, do you have the forms?
Okay. It's sort of broken down, these wish to speak.
Okay.
These do not want to speak, but we're in opposition. These do not want to speak, but we're in support.
Okay.
And there are a few in favor that are not in Highland Village. They're separated out on paper.
Okay. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is first I'll go through the list of those who wish to speak. We'll get your comments registered, and then I'll go through the list of those who did not wish to speak but had an opinion. So the first speaker I have on the list is Elizabeth Stastny. Please come up to the mic, and as you come up, please make sure to give your name and your address for the record.
Hi, me again. Elizabeth Stastny, 931 Inverness, adjacent property owner. I have advocated very hard against this townhome development since July last year. There are several old growth pine trees and cedars on this property that long predate any of us. There are hawks and owls that call it home. Raising this lot to build a high-density housing development will destroy it all. And I, cannot get excited about multiple 2-story households having direct line of sight into my backyard. I do not officially speak for my neighbors, but in conversations, everyone on the fence line has indicated any attempt to alter our fences to add another layer or cap per the P&Z recommendation is a strong and absolute hard no. Those fences are not on the property line, actually. They are 6 to 12 inches inside our properties. Therefore, they are ours. The trees are on the property line. Almost all of my neighbors have asked, will they at least retain the tree border? After discussing this with the developer, he verbally agreed to very conscientiously protect as many trees as possible along our property line. He cannot do that if you make him put up a fence or a wall or another barrier, because the trees, again, are right on that property line and would either be damaged or pulled out because you would need to put posts in. I am requesting that you listen and respect this simple request. If you are going to vote in favor of this development, help us protect that tree barrier. It's 20 to 40 feet in places, and it's better than any 8-foot fence you could possibly put there. And it's an asset, as has been stated, to both sides of the fence. The bottom line is this land will be developed by somebody. I've spoken with this developer. I believe he will protect many of the trees. But I'm holding you, the council, responsible. I would suggest adding an amendment to save those we can along the western boundary and replace those we cannot. This is kaitiaki. This is stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have David Hutton.
Good evening. My name is Dave Hutton. I live at 923 Heather Glen Court, and actually I butt up right against her. Our property actually has the longest square footage backing up to the property we're talking about here. And I guess I would look at this thing, and I haven't done this before, but you know, I've always pledged to my kids and anybody I work with that you have to be clear about what you're doing. And I've been kind of indirectly involved through my wife and neighbors on the property and the multiple proposals we've had over the years, not just this one, but the ones before where they were going to build a 2-story underground parking garage, which was kind of a joke. But the clarity has been something that just we have not seen through this whole thing. And I do have an 8-foot fence that backs up. I have trees behind my yard that backs up. Some of the initial pieces I saw said they were going to put a cap on my fence, which, oh, by the way, is well inside the fence line because we purposely had it built that way. The biggest challenge, the other piece we have is the water line. The water line actually runs in between my house and that house next door. And we have problems with water pressure. I hope they have taken into effect the water pressure issues in the houses. But, you know, we've raised a family there. I've been in that house 28 years, and I hate to see something like this coming in where all of a sudden I've got 4 or 5 units actually overlooking and backing and looking down into my backyard. Another point that was made through their presentation was they said that they had been out and talking to a lot of people about the property and the thoughts. I've never been approached. My next door neighbor on the south side has never been approached either. So contrary to what they're saying, they're not talking to the neighbors. And again, I back up. I've got the most square footage out there. So I appreciate all the work that was done. I heard all the questions and comments, and thank you for those. Obviously, we're a little concerned about what may happen behind us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Ms. Rhonda Hurst.
My name is Rhonda Hurst. I live at 604 Selmeyer. I am here to tell you per your code where it does not meet it. First of all, the right-of-way is prescriptive right-of-way. It's the road. You don't get to count an existing road as open space. And the code requires a sidewalk. Per the Highland Village Technical Construction Standards Specifications, Section 3.01B, local streets shall be no less than 30 feet. Show me where anywhere in Denton County a townhome development is constructed with just fire lanes of 24 feet. The same manual, the design standards, street sections 3.1C4, a minimum lot frontage along public street is 35 feet. They don't even have a public street. Traffic impact analysis per section 3.1M6. Minimum street right-of-way, 50 feet. Highland Village Subdivision Ordinance Design Standards, Sidewalks, Section 3.5A. Sidewalks shall be constructed in street right-of-way. There is no street right-of-way. Highland Village Drainage Criteria Manual, 1.5 Storm Sewer Runoff Storage. Developer shall provide sufficient storage to ensure post-development downstream peak flow does not exceed pre-development flow. There is no detention on site. Zoning Ordinance Chapter 28A, Subdivision Section 21, Item L, minimum open space requirements. We're really stretching to call backyards on private property open space in an existing road. That's prescriptive. By law means it's a public way. Fire Code, Section 503.4, Highland Village Fire Code. All fire lanes must be clear at all times, including delivery vehicles. Amazon, FedEx, and UPS do not park in driveways. Landscape trucks do not park in driveways with their trailers. They are non-compliant with their own zoning language. It states, proposed zoning ordinance requires driveway large enough to park no fewer than 2 cars in tandem, which means back to front. That requires 36-foot long driveway. The concept plan shows 20-foot long. The development is being planned on designed based on exceptions, not the rule. The entire reason for Code of Ordinances and design standards is to uphold the high quality of life people move to Highland Village for and to construct infrastructure that taxpayer dollars will fund to maintain. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Mr. Scott, and I hope I pronounced this right, McGahee. Please tell me if I didn't.
McGahee.
Yeah, okay.
Try that.
And go Bulldogs. I'm a Georgia boy.
Oh, go Dogs.
So first and foremost, my name's Scott McGahee. I live at 2165 Tartan Trail. And we are just west of the requested development. So first and foremost, I've got a couple of points that I want to address. And I realize that we're here talking about not just a potential building, we're talking about making a zoning change first and sticking with that. But if the zoning change does happen, then we're possibly looking at townhomes, and that's what they're aiming for. So I know we've done this. We went through it when it was the district. Now it's Bowery Park. The question is, if these go in, and he's already said that he's got funding, but he's going to do it in phases. If he goes in, let's say they don't sell. In 2 years, what are we doing? We've now got properties that haven't sold. They're at a high price point. Are they going to sell? If we don't have enough folks to be able to buy this, what happens? The other question that I have that goes in is, what happens if he does 1 to 2 phases and then the entire thing stalls because not enough property has been purchased? The next piece is the lady addressed there was looking for medium density to higher density. Does Bowery Park not meet that requirement for what the city is looking for? I love the idea that the HOA is trying to state that if it goes in, that they would not do any rentals. My fear is, and like you said, at this high price point, I don't think there's going to be investors that want to buy up 8 or 10 of these because they're not going to recoup their money on it. But what's going to happen if they don't sell? Are we coming back here to make a change or address this? Are they going to come back to city council and say, hey, actually, we want to be able to change this, or maybe do multi-tenant within there? So this is where I don't know the rules on it. I'm coming to you and I'm posing the questions because y'all are here to help us as well. Next, this is really tight. They've got an additional 10 parking spaces built in throughout the community. My wife's from Louisiana, I'm from Georgia. We like to have parties. I'm all for people utilizing my driveway if I give them consent. But if you have more than 4 people coming to visit your house, you're now pretty much in somebody else's driveway or you're out in the road. Is Heritage going to be the overflow parking space? You're pretty close. Where are these additional folks going to go? And when Heritage has anything, they have Hawk Fest coming up here the 14th of April. All of Barnett is full of cars. Both sides are stacked. You end up having 2 lanes. So now you're going to have issues with traffic on that. That's very seldom when that happens, but it does. Barnett will fill up. And I just see that there's going to be constant utilization of Heritage just for parking as anybody comes to visit. So that's it. Hey, thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thanks, sir. Next, we have Mr. Kenneth Koonsman.
Thank you. Ken Koonsman, 218 Green Springs, long-term resident here. I can't even count how many years, it's a bunch. I'm just bring something to your attention. We did a comprehensive plan update, or a comprehensive plan. There was a lot of time spent on that by city staff, boards, the community, the council, and it's a comprehensive plan. I went through it today to pick out a few pieces, and I just want to bring it to your attention. From the introduction portion of it, the distinct planning documents will help shape, guide future opportunities for development. Another piece of it says these plans will reflect community values while proposing to serve as guiding documents. With that in mind, Opportunity Area 3 on our recently approved comprehensive plan. I will read to you what I found today was over the course of the day, and this is when they did a community engagement, there were multiple discussions on the future of Opportunity Area 3, which does include Barnett, and depending upon how you look at it, either one piece tract of 1.76 acres, something to that effect, or the property which we're speaking of tonight. And it says, over the course of the day, there were multiple discussions on the future of Opportunity Area 3 and what are the right type of land uses for the undeveloped lots within the area. There were 139 votes cast for this opportunity area, of which 78 residents would like to see an office user come in and develop the property. There was a close second and third vote between retail and restaurant uses. As I look down how they graphed this out or charted it out, mixed use was 3 votes of the 139. Hotel was 0. Townhomes was 0. And single family was 0. And this is our comprehensive plan that we've all worked hard on. Where did I also found opportunity area plans where it defined the annual physical benefit and the annual cost for service. The annual physical benefit for townhomes was indicated as low, and that's a physical benefit. The annual cost of service at high. If you looked at retail, it was high for annual physical benefit and low for the cost of service. Same with the restaurant. Office was moderate and moderate. The townhome, again, was low annual physical benefit and high annual cost of service. What we're looking at doing is putting something in there that does not meet what our comprehensive plan is suggesting. The comprehensive plan says preferred uses may include the following uses or a combination thereof: office, retail, and restaurant. I think that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to ask one other thing. I would ask you to consider to deny this with prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Mr. John Hensley. Did I say, is it Hensley or is it?
It's Hinesley.
Hinesley?
Sorry. And I'm also from Georgia, so I've got a few more people to
My
meet
goodness.
tonight.
Oh, my
I was born and
goodness.
raised
You
there.
guys turned the lights out before you came up because I'm concerned
A
there's no one
two-time
left.
national champion is all I got to say.
Back to back.
SEC, baby. I moved here 29 years ago. John Hinesley, 912 Inverness. So what I like is, and what I moved here for, and why I specifically chose Highland Village, was you turn off the craziness of 407 and you come into single-family homes. You leave the zaniness of 407 behind, you turn into a neighborhood. That's home. That's why I moved here, and that's why most of us moved here. I'm concerned. I don't back up to this townhome project being on the other side of Inverness, but I'm concerned certainly from a traffic thing, and I don't know who thought that you could put 10,000 more cars on 407. There's not a single person in this room that believes that. Somebody was smoking something really good from the 70s, and they must have measured it from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. because you can't do it. You can't turn left on 407 now. If I go up Tartan, you simply can't turn left. And the fact of the 19.5, I don't believe that stat. With a $500-something thousand home, you're going to have a couple of wage earners, which means a couple cars will be leaving from that. And what they're going to do is they're going to have to turn right on 407. They're going to come right to the top of the hill at Tartan and do a U-turn to get back to 35, and that is incredibly dangerous. We voted out having the red light at Barnett. That's been traffic unfeasible, but now everybody that turns left or tries to make a U-turn from the car wash in front of the lawnmower place, it is a disaster area there, and I've seen several wrecks in my 29 years. So I'm very concerned about that. I'm also very concerned about really putting, again, we've discussed this several points and brought it up, who will be the value of the people. You can't control that, but if you do turn into rental type units, if they are bought by some kind of industrial investors looking to park a lot of money, you could certainly borrow that, buy that, and you could buy into these. And just putting 39 units next door to an elementary school is just not the Highland Village image that we want to project. We want to project that, again, turn off the zaniness of 407, turn into a single-family residence of single-family homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we've got a Rebecca Williamson.
Good evening. I'm Rebecca Williamson. I live in 2826 Butterfield State Road. I have a daughter in Heritage Elementary, so I drive that street twice a day at least. And I want to bring a couple of things here that were discussed. First, sir, I'm in the real estate industry as well. I've worked with investors that have made changes to their designs during once their loan gets approved. And basically, as long as the appraiser says that it is the value that the constructor, the developer is doing, usually it just moves forward. It just, in the terms of the bank, as long as it makes value, it usually happens. So there's not much control on those plans. The second, on the restrictions on the HOA that they were saying, just saying that you can own 2 of the buildings there does not make sense in terms of, okay, I can come in, I can bring my money from California, buy a house and turn it into a rental. We don't have any restrictions on that, unless the HOA actually says that they cannot restrict, that they cannot live in there. But even Wellington had that happen, where they say if you don't live there for 2 years, then you cannot rent it. So at a certain point, those can become rental. We don't have a lot of saying on that, so that's something that we need to consider as well. Also, on the 60% of houses in America that live in the second story, well, let's not talk about America, because in the countries where they have harsh winters, of course, the main bedrooms, all the bedrooms are upstairs. But just talk about here, 84% of the houses in Highland Village sold in the last 700 days. 84% has a master in the first floor. As an agent, I've seen houses stay on the market longer and sell for less with masters on the second floor, because Texans do not like to go upstairs for that. The highest and best use that it was delivered by them as well is the highest and best use for the developer, not for the city. Talking about needing a different housing product for here, let's talk about the last years. In the last year, we sold 218 houses that were single family. None of them in the last 5 years we've sold any townhouses, because according to the history of the MLS, we don't have any. 68 of those 218 houses were sold for less than $540,000, which is the price point of these. We do have products in this community for houses, for starting families that want to have a house in Highland Village that is a single family home, that actually are selling and still moving. I'm trying to okay. The only project that we can compare to this that is close to the one that it's being requested would be the River Walk in Flower Mound. Last year they sold 16 houses for the average of $538,000. But let's remember, those have easy access and secure access for Morris and 2499, which Burnett does not include. So Burnett Boulevard does not provide easy or secure access to 407 or Justin Road. We do have a school at the end of that street that has a lot of traffic during peak hours, drop off and pick up, and there's no way to redirect the traffic to improve the infrastructure to ensure a change of density that high will not impact the community in a bad way. So just as a reminder, we're here not to find them an exit strategy for an investment that they have already made. We're here to make sure that whatever changes you approve are actually in what the community is going to be served in a better way. Thank you for your time.
And next up, Cora Bell.
Good evening, Council. My name's Cora Bell, 905 Heather Glen, and yes, I speak with a southern accent. The city manager stated, I've just got a couple of points. The city manager stated that at the P&Z meeting on August 16th that he would provide a list of items within the city code that were not being met prior to the next public hearing, and this has not been provided. The city engineer stated at the same meeting that the traffic analysis done by the developer would be required with any future submittal, and that hasn't been done. The area was originally part of the area plans as part of the comprehensive plan update. The consultant was contracted to study this area as part of the area planning. However, the consultant removed this area from the area planning at their own discretion, stating that an application had been made on the property. Even though the application was made on the property many months after the comprehensive plan update process began. Interesting enough, the engineer on record for this site happens to be the same consultant that did the comprehensive plan update. I am sincerely baffled as to why HV residents are having to be here this evening. HV residents' monies were spent on our village, our vision. Residents' input was taken, reported and finalised by McAdams. That's zero interest in townhomes on Barnett. Yet for the fourth time, we're here to quote the city's website from today. We know better decisions are made when our community provides input. The fact that this item has made it to council and we are here informs us as residents that P&Z regards our voices and input as having no value, zero. So, a couple of questions. They were supposed to represent the residents. They failed us and our input. To Mr. Heslop and the council, with all those millions of dollars that you mentioned, why would a developer purchase land that has so much resistance from the community and what initially appeared to be from the P&Z unless there's something that we don't know? Council, you are seated to represent the residents. What legacy will you leave? What will the current and future residents of Highland Village say about your tenure? But mostly, what will your family say when asked what you did for the residents of Highland Village? Were their voices of no value, zero?
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Michaela Bell.
Hi, Michaela Bell, 905 Heather Glen Court. The Vancouver Fire Marshal recently reported that heart attack victims need medical attention in 4 to 6 minutes, and a fire can flash over and engulf an entire house in as low as 6 minutes. These are just two of the emergencies that our fire departments respond to. There are countless amounts of other emergencies that require immediate action. With this development, there are flaws in the plan of building, including the fire lane requirements being obstructed, even momentarily, potentially taking away from someone's life. Time means lives. The NFPA standard 1710 establishes an 80-second turnout time followed by a 2.1-mile drive from the Highland Village Fire Station to 102 Barnett, making every single second detrimental to someone's life. Again, I say time means lives. The proposed ordinance states in the fire lane requirements, section 503.4 Highland Village Fire Code, the state states that the fire lanes must be clear always, including delivery vehicles. Delivery drivers, Amazon, UPS, FedEx, etc., do not pull into driveways. They will pull onto the side of the road. I watch 5 of them at least come home, past my home during the day. Landscape trucks and their trailers, who estimate out 40 minutes to 2 hours, will also contribute to the obstructions of the fire lanes. Contractors such as heating, AC, plumbing, maintenance, etc., will also park in these fire lanes. Not to mention the 39+ moving trucks that will have to park while the tenants unload their furniture, which will be much longer than a simple Amazon stop. Will the fire lanes be stripped of signage stating no parking in the fire lanes? How will the no parking in the fire lanes be enforced? And will the HOA contract with a towing company and put up signs saying that the cars will be towed if they park in the fire lanes? Following the already lack of parking accommodations for deliveries, maintenance vehicles, home improvement trucks, and trailers, there is a significant flaw to the development's parking accommodations. As they've stated in this proposal this evening, they mentioned a layout with the entertainer's townhome. Where do they plan to park all of these people they're entertaining? The fire lanes? So before we even have parking spots, we're already making ways to fill them. The issue here is they don't exist. As a newly graduated student, I have recently lived through the fears of going to school and wondering if I'm gonna make it home, or like Nashville the other day, my world would be turned upside down. This flimsy and unstable rental property agreement makes me fear for the students at the elementary school. We need to protect the children from the strangers and the unknown beings that are going into these rentals. I ask you, the council, to carefully consider and deliberate the full effects of this application with the wisdom to make the lawful, honorable decision to oppose this application. Thank you for your time.
Next up, Mr. Jimmy Bassender.
Jimmy Bassinger. I live at 210 Edgewood and have for 44 years. I had a little bit of a speech here written, but everybody's stolen my thunder. Don't we have some phenomenal residents in Highland Village? They come prepared. They're showing you their heart and their expectation of the council listening and representing their citizens. Mr. Koonsman pointed out the fact that basically this development does not conform to the above-mentioned comprehensive zoning ordinance. that's a fly in the ointment there. So y'all are going to have to decide what you're going to do. I could talk about the firefighting. I think as a career firefighter, 31 years of experience, I would hate to fight a fire knowing there's a couple of layers of sheetrock here protecting the rest of the building. My desire early on in this project was that it would be fully sprinklered. I think you heard tonight that they're going to do a firewall, so that's out. So I've always been against this project. I'm still against the project. I hope you will vote against the project, like Mr. Koonsman said, with prejudice.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Last and certainly not least to speak is Mrs. Jean Bassinger.
I just almost decided not to speak because, as Jimmy said, there have been some phenomenal people speak tonight. But I do want Mr. Heslop, I so appreciated the question of, was the financing already approved for this project? And so with that question, I want to ask a question. Is that approval, pre-approval for this required for anybody who's applying to put a development of any sort in our city? I mean, if that is a very important, fact to have, or then it seems like that ought to be written in our requirements for any development, that they already have the financing for it. I just have one question. It's just a common sense question. As has been referenced to the comprehensive plan, and they, as Mr. Koonsman did mention, that the greatest return comes from commercial retail, and the citizens did express their approval of commercial retail, I think about in every zone or opportunity area, almost all of them. And so my question is, we have spent lots of money. We do have that comprehensive plan. The citizens are in agreement, and they voted in our vision, our village. However, repeatedly, and we're going to have this again, developers are coming to Highland Village and saying, we want to put in medium and high-density residential. Why are we continuing to go down that path when the comprehensive plan has said that is not what we want, that is not best for the tax revenue of our city, this is not what the citizens want, but this is what the developers want because they make the most money per square foot and they can build up. So you see every city around us building at least 4-story apartments, and it is turning into apartment jungles. And we've been vetting candidates, city council and mayors from this area because elections are coming up. And they have all seen apartments as a problem. Some of them already have a lot of apartments. They put a stop on it. They're talking about the deterioration of apartments, having to bulldoze them because of the crime that comes eventually as they degrade. And so it's kind of like somebody just asked why, I think it was Cora, why are we continuing to do and address this same issue over and over and over? And that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So next, I've got 2 stacks here. These are people who filled out a form either for or against the project, and they wanted their opinion registered but did not wish to speak. I'm not going to provide addresses, but I will identify the residents. First, we have Jeff and Aaron Just. I'm going to go through the stack of those opposed first. Jeff and Aaron Just opposed. Cynthia and James Tentler opposed. Josh Warden opposed. Christy Brinkerhoff opposed. Curtis Brinkerhoff opposed. Aaron Nelson and James Nelson opposed. Lloyd Austin and Ruth Austin opposed. Carrie Blaney opposed. Jason Schricker, opposed. Carrie Schricker, opposed. Molly McGahee, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Hopefully that Bulldog blood will give us a little sympathy here. Molly McGahee, opposed. Bobby Bell, opposed. Carolyn Bell, opposed. And Beverly Williams, opposed. Elizabeth Desendorf, opposed. Cindy Richter, opposed. And then we do have a stack here of, well, let me get this organized. A stack of residents who actually filled out a form saying that they support the project. So I'll read those off as well. Dusty Broadway, in favor. Keith Collinsworth, in favor. Amy Taylor, in favor. Adam Sherburne, in favor. Elisa Ambrosio, in favor. Mickey Bynum, in favor. James Stevenson, in favor. Mike Gordon, in favor. I think this, I can't tell if this says Derek or Barrick McEwen, in favor. Mallory McEwen, in favor. Barbara Hurtado, in favor. Kathy Kiefer, in favor. Leanne Collinsworth, in favor. Kurt Kiefer, in favor. Mike Killian, in favor. Samantha Killian, in favor. Doug Arthur, in favor. Linda McKissick, in favor. James McKissick, in favor. Amanda McLaughlin, in favor. Jake McLaughlin, in favor. Carrie Hick or Hickey, it's H-I-C-K-E, in favor. Kathy Smith, in favor. Robin Hill, in favor. I think it says Kim Hill, in favor. Rachel Forsyth, in favor. Spencer Forsyth, in favor. Kathy Karenbrock, in favor. Kirk Karenbrock, in favor. Julie Schultz, in favor. Billy Schultz, in favor. Amy Fannin, in favor. Kelly Gordon, in favor. Jay Martin, in favor. Christine Martin, in favor. Pauline Saunders, in favor. My fingers aren't working, sorry.
Is that the non-resident staff?
Yeah, these were, we could not confirm that they're actually Highland Village residents. Pauline Saunders, Damon Saunders, and Ed Conti. And then I think the last one is Deborah Siegel Conti.
Were they opposed or?
All in, these were all, this stack is all in favor. I don't know if anybody's keeping score, but.
40.
All right, so does that conclude, we conclude the public hearing at this point, okay. So at this time, at 9:21, the public hearing will be closed. Mr. Kristen.
We'll be happy to continue this discussion.
Did I miss something?
I believe the city attorney must have spoken.
Mr. Mayor, typically at close of public hearing, you can afford the opportunity, to continue to ask staff or the applicant for any further questions, clarifications relating to comments made if they wish. That's.
Would anybody like to follow up or seek clarification from staff or the applicant?
If I may.
Sure, Mr. Feaster.
Mr. Christian, so the tree line along the western boundary is primary concern. Based on the caliper of those existing trees, those are old growth trees, if you will. They're not brand new. Probably been there as long as those houses have been there. So obviously that is what's screening the neighbors from this development, potential development or applicant. As part of the zoning approval, can we put into the approval a requirement that caliper inches lost due to death or end of life are replaced 1-to-1 as part of any future development?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, but when they do the tree mitigation.
Well, that was my follow-up. What is the city's tree mitigation plan?
It's 2-to-1, isn't it, Autumn? 2-to-1 sits in my mind, but
And are those
it
the
could be
required
verified.
minimum size? Because a 3-inch caliper replacement tree is not going to be satisfactory for about.
Tree mitigation plans have to account for 6-inch caliper and greater.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, quick question for Dusty. Was the loan for the property or for the construction of the actual project itself?
I have a loan on the property right now, but I have been approved for a construction loan.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Good question.
Okay.
Yeah, this is to Scott and to Kevin. A number of statements were made about the current ordinances that are being violated by this development. And at the beginning, we were informed that there were no ordinances in violation.
Right.
What is correct?
A plan development, how do I want to put this? This being an application for a zoning change for a plan development is the request. It meets everything that would be considered a freestanding district, with the exception of the open space requirement. So it's not going to meet the comprehensive zoning ordinance. That's why we're doing he's requesting a plan development. Right, Kevin? Or
The set of, hi, Kevin. The set of regulations that are set forth in the proposed ordinance constitute the differences and the variations from the base zoning of SF40. So to the extent that everything outlined in there, does it comply with, these do constitute the variances from the base zoning and therefore amend it. That's the whole, basically, how you deal with planned development districts. So I'm of the opinion the ordinance as proposed is legal by virtue of what it does, is it creates the differences and amendments and changes to the base zoning regulations. We've been cited to what the base zoning regulations are, but this ordinance would, in effect, change those base zoning regulations to allow for what's being allowed for.
Right. I'd like to make just one comment. The comprehensive plan that we just passed is a comprehensive plan. It is not a comprehensive zoning plan. Okay?
That's correct.
Just for clarity, there's no zoning change in that plan, so it's something just for discussion in the future. And then lastly, there was a comment made that this land has always been zoned SF40 and should be retained as SF40. And it's my understanding that when the city annexed property through the years, it was brought into the city under a base SF40. Everything that we annexed, including all of Briar Hill, was SF40 until someone decided we're going to develop it, and they asked for SF8. Okay, so the fact that it's been that way since the Wallaces had all of the land around there and generously sold it off to develop, SF40 is not written into stone. So that's all. Questions?
Anything from anybody else? Comments? I'll entertain a motion.
I do want to make some comments, if you don't mind, please. I've considered this since it first came up, and I've deliberated mentally for everything. And first, I'd like to say and acknowledge and express my appreciation to everybody that has come and expressed their opinions, both in favor of and against this development and this request for zoning change. I think it's very important that the community is engaged. That helps us, but it also shows that you are committed to our community, and I appreciate that. Thank you. As a resident of Highland Village for 29 years as well, I've seen this community grow exponentially. Some have been with challenges, some without. I participated as a council member previously when we looked at putting the shops of Highland Village in, when we put in the district, as well as the center that includes Walmart. I was part of those deliberations, and they were hard fought. I think ultimately, with your involvement, both in favor of and against, I think we got a better development, and I think it's been a benefit to our community. It's helped us move forward with what we now enjoy, and I think that's important. I also want to say that, like then, many of you were not in favor of those developments. Today, we're faced with a very similar challenge for similar reasons. Traffic, concern for safety, wanting to try to keep this as much a single-family residential neighborhood as we possibly can. And I understand all those reasons, and I agree with those. Both, and it was said earlier, both 407 and Village Parkway, according to TxDOT and their capacity, is underutilized at this point. So we stand to see some traffic come. Whether we are a part of it or not, we're going to get traffic and we're going to have to deal with it. What we can do to mitigate those, I don't know. Those are TxDOT roads. We can have input. We can work with them to try to improve it for our benefit, and I think that's important that we do that if and when that time comes. I would prefer to try to retain as much control as we possibly can, and to control our destiny and drive our destiny. That will in turn receive the most revenues that we can to provide for the parks, the level of quality and services that we provide currently, both now and into the future. What I've found consistent through the years is that all of us, the citizens, the elected officials, current and past, and our quality staff, including our public works, the administrators, police and fire department, we all want to maintain and improve the character of Highland Village. This hadn't been forgotten when we analyzed this project. Rather, we have a strong desire to further enhance those opportunities for everybody. Consideration has been given to those alternative uses that may serve useful in that particular area. The goal is to consider those your opinions, all aspects of the property, the surrounding areas, as well as the overall impact of the development, balanced with the needs of and desires of this city, so that the level and quality of services provided to the citizens is enhanced. As a community, we primarily have single-family homes throughout. We don't have alternatives for single parents, for elderly individuals, teachers, public service officials, city technicians, young families that want to start their life here and enjoy the amenities that we've come to enjoy ourselves. We got here early, we've seen it grow, we've enjoyed all of these. We don't have any place to grow. We have very limited space to grow. But we also want to retain and improve on the services that we've provided throughout the years. I believe it's our duty to consider favorably all of the alternatives and balance those and bring forth a much needed residential development. Considering all of those factors, I personally believe that the development that's presented before us is going to be a benefit to this community to further the services that we provide and maintain our parks and the level of quality that we've come to enjoy. Thank you.
All right, I'll know if there's no further comments, or Mr. Kicksmill.
Just one comment. It's heartened to hear all of the input and the reasons people are for and against. Beautiful trees, agree. Okay, I've walked that property, I've seen that property, it's beautiful. Understand fences, understand height of the fences. Did not know there was a request, the one from P&Z, to put a different side on the back of the fence. I didn't quite understand that one. I get it now, it's not on your property, but it was already had a cap on it. And for two of the homes, you've got almost a 12-foot fence because you've got a retaining wall. Okay, so I get that. I've done drawings to see what it looks like to see someone looking over the fence. Everywhere in Highland Village, you've got that. It's not just there, it's everywhere in Highland Village. You don't live on an 8,000 square foot lot and not have someone looking over your fence. I get it, I understand it, so let's preserve those trees. But really what I wanted to say is we had over 40 people in favor of the project, okay, by their petitions that come in here.
Public hearing, I'm sorry, the public hearing is closed.
Oh, no, that's, yeah, but, well, I'm saying I counted them. So, you know, it's something to have both sides, okay? And what we have is both sides. So there were 40 in yay. That's greater than what we have here speaking against. Now, does that represent the whole city? I don't know, because the whole city's not here. But it is representative of what we hear tonight, okay? It is not all one direction. Okay, and as a council member, I've heard it privately, okay, that people are for other alternatives. We've got 5,500 rooftops in the city. That's where we are today. That includes Rambling Oaks, okay? That includes the Bowery, 160 apartments at the Bowery that are fully occupied, okay, where some of my friends have downsized, my age, and moved into an apartment because they wanted to stay in Highland Village. That's the only option. So adding 39 rooftops is a rounding error, but it's an alternative that complements that particular corner of our city, okay? So 40 people said plus. I didn't count the number that were not if we were just to do a vote on that, but it is at best an even, okay? So it's not an all or nothing scenario. That's all I'm asking those on the council to look at it, because it's the first time I've seen that in my 5 years. So that's my statement.
Mr. Heslop.
Yeah, I do want to say thank you for everybody being here. I've been a resident here since 1991. Same house, same street. My girls went to both Heritage, Briar Hill, and Marcus. Before I ever set up here on council, or before I was ever on P&Z, I remember the first set of apartments that were built down off of not Morse, yeah, it's Morse Road, yeah. And I remember thinking, oh my gosh, we're gonna get apartments in here and it's gonna be horrible, horrible, horrible. Nobody's in favor of apartments, nobody is. But I look at this development and having talked to realtors, we have, to Brian's comment, we have no place to develop, no place, none, no place. I mean, as far as any kind of rooftop or residential, and our turns on our houses are still quick. There's still demand to move into Highland Village. But I do also understand your comment about the fence. I agree totally. That would be one ugly fence to look at. And if council decides to vote a yay on it, or even a nay, if this project ever comes back, no, I totally agree. To John's comment, the neighborhood that I live in does like this, and there's not on my street because I back up to the railroad tracks. I get the train come through every night, but on the streets surrounding us, there are 2 stories that look down on 2 stories that look down on 1 stories, and it's all through Highland Village. So as far as somebody being able to look over your fence, no, I've walked that project. Now I'm a short guy. But that fence is here, and that topography goes down this way. You're going to have to be on a 25-foot ladder or a 30-foot ladder just to be able to get up and look down into somebody's yard. And your setbacks, if I remember, are beyond the 15-feet requirement that we have. Is that correct? 15 feet? It's 20. We're beyond the 20 feet. 20, yeah, we're beyond the 20-foot requirement. So I think it's going to be more difficult for people to look down into somebody else's yard or somebody else's pool or whatever we have back there. But I do recognize really your concerns, and I appreciate every one of you voicing your concerns. That's just all I want to say to you. I think you guys have done a great job from where you started to where you are at this point. I commend you for your work, but thank you all for being here.
Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, one comment I wanted to make. About a year ago during the February 11th joint P&Z City Council meeting, there was a lot of talk about the price point and the fact that Highland Village needed affordable housing. And at that point, the price point was about $420,000, $450,000. I know for me, that's not a starter home, you know, if I was fresh out of college. Now we're looking at price points, and I think I saw it up there of $550,000. I don't know of any teacher that can afford a $500,000 home. I don't know a police officer that can afford a $500,000 home. I don't know a divorced single mother that can afford a $500,000 home, and I was raised by one. So I think, you know, when we start talking about the fact that this is being touted as affordable housing, it's not, right? So I think we need to make sure that as we look at these developments, we actually look at the benefit that's being provided to our city and not benefit to others, like, you know, perhaps the 40 that sent in the approval letters.
Mr. Feaster.
Yes, so I guess I wanted to state publicly that I agree with what Councilman Fiorenza, how eloquently he put this, much better than I could, so I applaud you for taking the time to really think about that. The way I see this is an opportunity for us to allow 39 families to move into Highland Village that can own a mortgage and enjoy what we enjoy in Highland Village, right? The only difference in this property versus a single-family detached lot on a 40,000 square foot is they have neighbors a lot closer to them than, you know, I do myself. However, they are single families. They are getting a mortgage most likely to pay for this, and they do have skin in the game. So the fact that these are not rentals and that we can prohibit the rental or the quick turnover rentals of these properties tells me that it is an investment, excuse me, a little bit worked up here. It is an investment for anybody willing to invest in Highland Village and build a family here or continue their life here. So I'll just leave it at that.
Anybody else? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that, let me find where the,
whoa,
rest.
Dim the lights.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the revised ordinance number 2023-1301, taking out the fence requirement that was put in by P&Z. Okay.
Poor P&Z.
And that's the only exception to the ordinance. So I make that motion that we approve that.
Does anybody need clarification on the verbiage for the motion?
Now, if you wanted to make that a little more efficient, you just say remove section 2C4.
Does the city secretary have what she needs? Okay, so we have a motion to approve the ordinance with an exception. Is there a second?
No, second.
Mr. Fiorenza seconds. Bearing in mind that to pass the motion, it requires 6 votes due to the protest. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay. Nay. Motion passes 4-3. However, because it did not achieve 6 votes, it fails.
Mr. Mayor, at this
Yes, sir.
time, I would recommend that the council consider a motion whether that the denial of would be with or without prejudice.
Say it again.
I would recommend that the council consider a motion whether, you know, either that the denial be with or without prejudice. With the impact with prejudice means an application for rezoning this property cannot be submitted for at least another 6 months. Without prejudice would mean an application for a similar rezoning could be submitted virtually immediately.
Would anybody like to make that motion? One or the other?
I think we have to, don't we?
Somebody has. Mr.
We don't have to make that motion.
We need to make the motion because the motion.
Yeah.
This is that weird procedural issue we dealt with that I mentioned in early work session, where there was actually a majority voting in favor of the motion. However, because it did not achieve 6 votes because of the supermajority required, the case effectively failed. So therefore, but there was no motion, no part of that motion that said whether it was a denial with or without prejudice. We need to, for purposes of the zoning ordinance, have it determined whether it's going to be with or without prejudice. Sadly, our text in our zoning ordinance doesn't default to one or the other.
Okay, so we have to either make a motion to do it with or without instead of going down the row and say with or without.
Correct.
Okay.
We need a motion on the record so we know which is which.
All right. Mr. Kicksmiller?
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like a motion that we do not deny this application with prejudice.
In other words, you're making the motion.
Please, let's state the motion in the way that's not a double negative, so we know what really you voted on. My recommendation is to say either I move that the denial of the application be with prejudice, or I move the denial application be without prejudice.
Okay. I make a motion that the move to deny the application be done without prejudice.
Okay, there's a motion to deny without prejudice. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
A motion by Mr. Kicksmiller to deny and a second by Mr. Fiorenza. Any discussion? All those in favor of denying without prejudice, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Nay. Motion carries 4-3. Those denied without prejudice. Moving on, item number 17, consider resolution 2023-3052, authorizing city manager to negotiate and execute a professional services agreement with Dunway Associates relating to various Pilot Knoll Park improvement projects. Mr. Phil Lozano.
Hey, it's Phil. We haven't seen Phil in a while. Oh my!
Give us an update of how you're feeling.
I'm doing okay. You know, it's a long process, but I appreciate you asking. All right. So on December 14, 2021, the council approved ordinance 2021-1291, authorizing the issuance of certificate of obligation bonds for the purpose of obtaining funds to construct street and parks. And then in this discussion, associated with issuance of 2021 certificate of obligation bonds, the city identified the following parks for improvement with an estimated construction cost of $6.41 million. Highland Village, and the list here, we have Highland Village LED lights, Pilot Knoll, and all of the projects that are listed there, Unity Park improvements, and other parks, including Selmeyer. And the projects related to the improvement of Pilot Knoll are estimated at $3.74 million, which breaks down as follows. The campground restroom improvements at $50,000, campground shelters day use improvements at $375,000, replacement of the gatehouse at $400,000, boat ramp improvements at $620,000, and the cabins estimated about 16 at $2.3 million. So the needs are to hire professional services that can start designing all of these things, and we can get these into the chute for construction, starting with a gatehouse. So the progress to date is that we have Brad who was formerly with Laterra Studio. If you remember, he did the feasibility study for the cabins, and he moved over to a larger firm, Dunaway, which is a Texas-based firm. And I brought him here today so that he can go through the PowerPoint and through the elements here and then ask questions. But basically what we're looking for is for the approval of Resolution 2023-3052, which is to authorize the city manager to negotiate a contract with Dunaway. So at this time, I'm going to bring up Brad, and then we'll have a little question and answers afterwards, okay, after the presentation?
Appreciate it. Thank you, Phil. Good evening, Council. Appreciate being here again in a new role to kind of reintroduce myself and my firm. Waiting on the PowerPoint to load. Looks like it's almost there. Let's see. And
hopefully the move was a beneficial move.
Yes, it's been very good.
Good.
Oh, I saw it. There it is. Okay. No, I appreciate you sticking around for me this evening, and want to go through this presentation. I can answer any questions. Just as Phil mentioned, so my move over to Dunaway is twofold. One, a vast amount of resources in terms of professional service firm established in '56. We're basically a civil engineering firm, multidisciplinary team based in Fort Worth. My new role is actually leading a Dallas office for planning and landscape architecture. We have 28 professionals within the landscape architecture group, mixed with licensed landscape architects, planners, designers, and several other professionals such as GIS experts and survey crews. So just a little background on the team that would be working on this project. Myself retaining as a project manager in terms of kind of moving forward with the momentum from the early concept designs and development on the park so far. Philip Neely, one of our senior landscape architects and project director. He actually lives up near here over in Crum. Philip had the pleasure of meeting Phil on site and being able to tour the site recently. Elizabeth, our business line of executive, one of the neat things was actually the three of us worked together at a previous firm almost 15 years ago. So we're kind of getting the band back together and going to be able to do great things. So we have another series of individuals that would be involved in the project, but what I wanted to bring to note is some of our other subject matter experts that will be on the team. A lot of these team members already work within the city, such as engineering associates on the lighting design. They've done lighting design on multiple park projects within the city. SPI, civil engineering firm, recently merged with BW2, which does a lot of the civil engineering and utility work in-house or in the city. We have also teamed up with an architecture firm, Baca, to look at some of the custom design for the cabins and potentially that entry house. And then Civic Brand, basically a marketing firm that works on destination marketing and so essentially creating a logo and doing some destination marketing for the campground itself. I'll go through a little bit more detail on the process. I'm going to flip through a few example projects just to show you the vast portfolio of similar projects that Dunaway has completed in the recent past, and some actually currently ongoing. We're not going to go into a lot of this detail, but if you have any questions on these as we go through them or at the end, we can flip back. But several summer camps, large Camp Ahwahnee in East Texas, private summer camp. A lot of the visioning and conceptual designs for this camp. Camp El Tesoro was a campfire camp, about 250 acres, full master plan and then implementation. Currently working in Little Elm on several projects, including the Little Elm Swim Beach, the enhancements to that today, some primitive camping. I don't know if this, yeah, so we have a primitive camping area right here that's being developed, as well as this peninsula that has mixed use and cabins. Not mixed use, but multi-use functions, park functions, and then cabins up here. I know you can't see my pointer.
For the red dot over there.
Oh, it does point it.
No, I thought it would, but yeah, it's late.
Oh, no. Lloyd Park, large RV campground over in Grand Prairie. This master plan included a lot of the kind of glamping additions that were coming to the trend in the last 5 to 10 years. Some of those detailed blow-ups of those areas, some of the existing RV sites, but then how did they want to add in some yurts and picnic tables, and as well as some rental cabins. Cottonwood Park, large park over in Little Elm as well. Again, a large civic function in terms of a sports complex, a kind of a concert gathering area, lakefront park, but as well as a cabin RV park and some more primitive camping. I just bring these projects to you as we're kind of reintroducing my new role in terms of the portfolio of the firm that I'm representing now, just to show you a little bit of the examples of the projects that we've completed and working on today. So some of the renderings and examples of these parks, so some of these same services are included in what we'll be doing over at Pilot Knoll to realize the vision of the original concept plan. So I'm going to go through the project approach, which will essentially describe what we are going to perform in terms of full design services, which will include, site planning, landscape architecture, civil engineering, MEP, which is mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. We'll have structural engineers. We'll have coordination with third-party prefab building manufacturers. So that's an effort to assess which option will be most cost-effective. When we did the feasibility study, which is almost a year and a half ago, there was thoughts of custom cabins versus prefab cabins, and so we're still kind of working through that in terms of which one will be the most cost-effective for the entry guardhouse, and then we'll also visit that within the cabins as well. Destination marketing in terms of branding this project, as well as a kind of a rollout of a best practices of how to promote this space and put that into the market space. Bidding services, obviously working through construction, administration as well. I don't need to really go through each one of these bullets unless you'd love me to, but we can go through and kind of talk about this. I think this was in your packet in terms of these are the actual contractual elements that will be enhanced within each of these focus areas. So within the entry experience, we are looking at a new gatehouse, a new, queuing of RVs and campers. The actual, this is the equestrian trail that crosses the parking lot today, looking for the best way for that to coexist with the parking and how we can move, hikers, bikers, runners, and horses across this parking lot while RVs are checking in. We will also be looking at utility tie-ins to the gatehouse, alignment of that trail crossing, as I mentioned, signage, informational wayfinding, as well as so as this current entrance is today with this, the old standard sign from the city and these small gates, so looking at this whole entry experience as a whole. I'll go through some kind of phasing items here in a minute. The existing RV area enhancements, currently just the restroom will be enhanced. There is a small budget for essentially interior enhancements to that restroom, so that will be designed and documented within this effort. We'll also be looking at trail connections from this RV site area over to the day use area. Rental cabins, one of the original ideas in the concept plan. This photo obviously shows, some of the existing areas. That site plan that we had showed you over the past, several iterations, all above the flood line. So this isn't in an area that's inundated by the lake. So we've gone through several discussions with the Corps of Engineers, with different regulatory agencies on the park, and this element has essentially been given the green light to move forward into this phase. So there are still more approvals to be had in terms of design and documentation, but just to know that item has been nodded on, and we're moving forward with that as a conceptual idea. In this scope, we were looking at designing 16 cabins. What we're looking at doing is 6 unique cabins and then replicating a few of those within that 16 so that all 16 don't need to be completely unique. So we're looking at 6 unique structures mixed in with that 16 cabin sites. Again, within this design phase, structural engineering, utilities, furnishings within the cabins, site-specific amenity areas around these cabins. And then, of course, coordination with city staff. Scott has a project that will be working on water line and replacements and other utilities within the park. And some of that work is actually being done by the same civil engineer and utility engineers that we will be working with, so the coordination should go smoothly. Boat ramp enhancements. This is another focus area. One of the items that we had heard was the difficulty of using this ramp while the courtesy dock, you can't see my pointer I keep using, is removed from the ramp. So one of the ideas is looking at a median separated ramp with the courtesy dock associated right next to the ramp, so you can actually drop your boat off, walk back up to your truck, move your truck, come back to your boat. There's none of this kind of floating over. So we're also looking at lighting improvements as well as improvements for paddle sports access within this ramp area as well. The day use area, this is more of a quantified analysis of this area to see there's a defined budget that we're going to design to. So essentially, first we're going to address the needed improvements to each of the picnic structures, as well as known improvements to the rental structures. So we know the rental structures need lighting and ADA access. We're going to assess each one of the picnic structures to assign a level of enhancement to those within the budget. Trails is kind of an overall piece to this project that kind of occurs within each one of these focus areas. So within the RV area, the cabins, the day use, the boat ramp, there's intended to be trails that connect throughout. There's specific areas within the park that will remain natural. So these trails aren't all paved trails. Some of these trails are soft surface trails. Some of them are maybe concrete trails. Some of them may be asphalt trails. That hasn't been designed yet, but there are multiple surfaces of trails that will occur in this park. Some of it will be connecting to the existing hiking trails that already run through the park, and then looking at creating more connections from specific focus areas within the park. As I mentioned, the destination marketing, this project branding and logo design for the park itself, as well as that could be used in signage and advertising. This firm also works in brand implementation, so they have also included recommendations for implementing and managing this brand, through social media and website, and so they will also create a set of recommendations for what to do next with this brand. So looking at the project budget and professional service fee breakdown, currently in this original concept design, the construction budget was approximately $3.7 million, broken down in these 5 areas, as Phil read off earlier. What I do want to bring to note is potential grant support to the tunes of about $1.5 million that is being looked at and actually applied and reapplied for through the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. Sometimes there are certain timeframes within when those grants can be applied for, but all of them can be backdated into funds that were used for professional service fees and then for future construction as well. So that is the summary right there of the basic services total. In your packets, you'll see the entire contract for the total of $341,000. Next steps. This is really the project schedule and project delivery method that we're looking at providing. Essentially, after a notice to proceed, these months are essentially after that. So we have proposed a pre-design phase. Probably take about a month to initiate that in terms of data collection and topography survey. There's a phase 1 survey and then a phase 2 survey, and I can explain a little bit more of that. What we do want to do is kind of gather all of the information that's done before and create one approved concept plan and have one plan that's moving forward at the schematic level. So we'll use data collected, from the previous efforts. We will create a topography survey that will have property boundaries, topo, the majority of the trees. What we're going to do is create basically a tree outline in phase 1, because we're not going to define those specific cabin sites until phase 2. But once we define that within a conceptual form, we will go back in the topography survey phase 2 and actually survey every tree within the areas that are affected by the design. So that's typical in a forested area, is we don't need to survey every single tree that isn't going to be affected. So we will define those use zones and then survey that within a phase 2 survey later on. So currently, in terms of funding from communication with staff, the entry experience is already funded. So that is being proposed to be an early bid package to actually start design right away and do the entire schematic design development phases for that project. While working on the entire, conceptual confirmation and then moving into early design of the rental cabins, the boat ramp, and the day use area shortly after. So that's really how that breakdown goes in terms of the delivery. Of course, as we get in there and start moving things around, these numbers kind of move around just a little bit, but that's a pretty good estimate that this would take about that much time. In terms of my presentation, short and sweet, but I'd love to answer any questions or comments on the project delivery method or the process. Or
Mr. Fiorenza?
I do have a question, and it may be directed to Kevin, but we'll start there. Regarding the multi-service trails, I know in Briar Hill, on the trails around the sidewalks around Briar Hill, we have to be ADA compliant.
Yes.
How does that compliancy apply to multi-service trails in a park like this?
So,
go ahead.
Yeah. In park design and is providing access to the event is the letter of the law. Then there's the spirit of the law, which is a certain amount of percent that the slope can be throughout so that somebody can traverse that simply if they were disabled. Yes, there are like a beaten path, like a nature trail. There could be questions on whether that is ADA accessible or not. As long as there is a provided ADA route to that event, that is what suffices Texas accessibility.
You can have the multi-trails. There doesn't have to be any transitional specifications. You have to give them access to
the event.
Appropriate access, and it's up to them at that point to take the care and safety that they need to.
And I have one comment to make to that, because to speak to that, because that's an area that is very near and dear to my heart. What's happening in the industry is you're seeing folks with mobility issues, that the technology is catching up with them to be able to use trails. Mm-hmm. They have wheelchairs now with Treks on them that are motorized so that they can traverse on these nature trails. So it's important that us as professionals, that we design towards the technology that's coming into the future. And that's what we're going to be working on together, is not only providing that access, but also making sure that the equipment is able to fit on those soft path trails for the future.
So there would be a width requirement that we're going to look at.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Okay. Yeah, it'd be a minimum of probably 36 inches.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else?
Nope.
Okay, so would anybody like to make a motion?
I make a motion that we approve.
Motion by Mr. Heslop to approve. Anybody with a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Lombardo. Any discussion?
Nope.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-0.
Appreciate it. We look forward to working with you again.
Thank you.
All right, late work session. Reports on current projects and discussion of future agenda items. Does anybody have any reports or future items to discuss?
Yeah, I think we need to make sure that we put it under our agenda in a future meeting to discuss the traffic and the stops, the speed limits issue that we discussed earlier. I think we need to bring it back and try to come to a conclusion.
Any updates you want to provide on anything?
Myself. UNT won the semifinal against Wisconsin tonight to go to the NIT finals. So
I see TxDOT is
held
getting
them
close to
scoreless
opening.
for 9 minutes.
Texas lost on Sunday. Basketball's officially opening. Throw that out there.
I don't think we have an update on
But we did beat
when.
the Aggies tonight in baseball.
Hey, we're not gaveled out yet.
I'm getting my stuff to eat.
He's tired.
I'm tired. I'm ready to go.
Has TxDOT given us any opening date?
I was looking to see if Scott was still there. We have not. It appears that it's
getting
functionally
close.
complete.
Seems imminent.
I'll touch base with Scott and see if we can learn something. And
Okay, last call. We're adjourned. April 7.